Hello, hello. Welcome back. Hi, everyone. Let me check if we are actually live. Let me see. In the meantime, I'm going to be assigning you judges the numbers. So let me see. Okay, we are live. I'm just waiting for us to get the new judges' numbers assigned. I think Lacey is going to do that in a second. But welcome, everyone. Thanks to all of you who are still watching after all these hours. I don't know how many hours we've been on. So it was 7 plus 11. That's 18 hours. Wow, that's a long stretch. Give me a second while I'll fix something. I would like to hear a little bit of an introduction from you judges. I'm not going to call you out, so just go for it.
Hi, guys. I'm Hannah. Can you hear me? I'm guessing you can. But been a birth photographer 10-ish years. Now I kind of do website design and marketing, working with birth photographers and birth workers around the world. I'm really excited. This is I think it's my second year, but I did it 2 years ago. So I'm really excited to be a judge again this year. Yeah, I'm just getting back into it because I wasn't on the last 18 hours. I was sleeping. So I'm ready to have the energy, bring the energy, because I know a lot of you ladies have been on here hardcore for hours and hours. So excited.
Welcome, Hannah. Thank you for being here. Katie, Mama Katie.
Hi, I am Katie Lacer. I am out of Kentucky, and I've been a birth photographer for 13 years. This is my first year judging. It has been incredible and wild, and I still have no idea how I ended up here, but I am glad that I am. So,
We are happy to have you here, Katie. That's awesome. About me, I'm Jacinta. I am in Wisconsin, very close to Chicago, so I serve both areas. I've been a judge. This is my third year judging. I've been a judge for the birth videography competition 2 years ago, which I won, mind you. And I'm so happy to be here. I'm gonna be a panel mod, and I'm gonna be a judge as well. When we need a backup for certain images, or if a judge needs a break, we're gonna have Dana jumping in. So we're gonna be doing some juggling in there. But thank you all for being here. Sam and Lindsay, if you wanna say hi once again, since you've been here since ever, but go for it.
Yeah, happy to. I'm Samantha. I am based in the Dallas area, Dallas, Texas. I've been photographing births for about 5 years, and this is also my first year as a judge, and I'm loving every minute of it. Really being able to kind of try and read into the images and tell the stories, and to be able to picture those is really cool, and I'm learning a ton as a judge, and I can't wait to see how that shifts and changes my own work.
Thank you, Sam. And Lindsay, go for it.
Yeah. Hi. I'm based out of Montana. I've been photographing births exclusively since 2018, so it's about almost 7 years now. And I was a journalist before that, and now I'm in training to be a midwife. So I love birth and I love seeing all these images.
Thank you so much. So for those on the live stream, we are seeing an image that we already judged. So without further ado, we're going to move on to the first of this stretch. And yeah, thank you, judges, for being here, and good luck to all the entrants. This first image is called Giving Birth from a Different Point of View. Giving birth from a different point of view. If I'm super quiet, it's because I have to take a look at the image, think about my score, enter it. So I want to tell you all that this image has not had any pixels changed, and we are not required to give any feedback to this entrance. So this image has scored a 75, which is a professional practice, right there where it should be. So congratulations to the entrant. And let's move on to the next one. The next one is called utilizing, well, it's utilizing, but I think it's a typo. And trust me, I know about typos. Utilizing the fresh air, sunshine, and the supported lift and tuck to get those contractions to be more consistent. Mama leaning into what her body knows to do. Judges, if you want to read that title again, I'm not going to read it out loud. I'm sorry. This image hasn't changed any, the entrant hasn't changed any pixels, and they asked for some feedback from us. So keep that in mind, judges. All the scores are coming in. Okay, this is going to be interesting. This image has scored a 77, but we have an automatic challenge. So Lindsay, take it away.
Okay, you guys, everything about this is so intentional in post production. Like, I understand, I can hear it already that the shadows are too dark, there's too many details lost, but that is the point. They did this on purpose to really highlight her face. I love just a little bit on the supporting person's face, their hair. You can see the grass, it's outside. I think the negative space of the belly is just beautiful. That shows it's a birth image. I think this deserves to be so much higher than professional practice because of the intentionality of the editing in post.
Short and sweet. Thank you, Lindsay, for that. I'm the one who scored it on the lower end, so I'm gonna give my feedback to this image. Yes, all what you said, Lindsay, of course. I think there are a couple more things that I want to point out about this image. One of them being that it's not super clear the source of the light because her right eyelid is lit and it shouldn't because the nose on that side is darkened and it looks not so natural to me. If that eyelid was darkened up a little bit, I think, well, I don't even know if it's an eyelid. I don't know if it's a finger or what's going on. But that it's super distracting to me. And I think that this image could benefit from, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but this image is not telling me if it was intentional or not. But I think this image would really benefit from more contrast, the shadows heighten up a little bit. And on the other hand, I don't know if this image is screaming birth to me. I don't know if this is a boudoir. I can barely see the silhouette of a belly or what I suppose is a belly, but this is not screaming birth or labor to me. So I'm a little thrown off. I'm for sure, I think this is a professional practice image for sure. Um, but I don't consider this image in the award range. Let me see. I want to hear Sam. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to add my opinion because it does differ from everybody else's so far. Um, for me, I feel like I got a little hung up and maybe didn't go into an award level because of the title. I feel like the photo itself is stunning, and I do see what you mean though about the distracting highlight on mom's face, and I think maybe I agree that we could take that out. Um, but other than that, I think it's a beautiful photo. I love the like intensity and just the artistic nature of it. However, the title clearly indicates that she's utilizing fresh air and sunshine. And if you're going to mention sunshine and fresh air and things in the photo, I personally would expect to be able to see that in the photo. And see, I mean, maybe leaving it in color um, so that you can tell that it's daylight, something like that. I feel like this image could have benefited from a different title for sure.
Thank you. Katie or Hannah, do you want to add anything? No? Okay. So, Lindsay, if you can keep your score, all of us are going to re enter ours and see what that does. And give me a thumbs up if you already entered it. Hannah, Sam, Katie. Okay, this image went up to a 78, which is a commended professional practice. So that actually worked. Congratulations to the entrant and congratulations to Lindsay on this challenge. It was super fun. And we'll move on to the next one. Okay, this next image is called Hello Mom, Here I Am. Hello Mom, Here I Am. This image has had some pixel manipulation and they requested our feedback. So judges, keep that in mind. Hello, Mom. I'm here. And here are the scores. This image has scored an 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations to this artist on this beautiful, beautiful image. I haven't heard from Hannah. So Hannah, do you want to give some feedback?
Absolutely. I love just a really beautiful color edit that just feels both bold and real. Like it doesn't feel, oversaturated or anything like that. So that's really the first thing that I was kind of drawn to was the really beautiful editing and color. Um, I also love the composition. I love that I get to see mom, but not too much of mom because it's mostly about this beautiful baby. The only things that I think technically, lowered my vote a little bit were just the blown out parts. I love a good kind of water ripple effect, the whole experience, kind of really love that texture that it's bringing. But there are some parts that are a little blown out, and there's some parts on his kind of well, you don't really know, but the baby's nose and head that are a little blown out. I don't know if, you know, sometimes for me personally, if I could have seen a window behind that was really telling me, wow, they just gave birth like right in a bright window, maybe I would have probably been even more gracious on really highlight spots because sometimes that's just the reality of a bright sun window. So that's possible that that's what's happening. But for what I'm seeing here in the composition, while I really, really love it, that was kind of the only technical. But I think silver is perfect for this. And I love the colors. The editing is just beautiful.
Thank you, Hannah. Anybody wants to add to this great feedback she gave? Okay, congratulations on the silver award to this entrance. What a beautiful image. I'm happy to be a judge because I can actually say things like that. Otherwise, I have to be quiet. Okay, moving on to the next one. It's called After Birth. After birth. No pixel changes and yes to the feedback. After birth. As a reminder to all of you who are watching at home, the judges are able to see the image in their full size and full definition. So it might look a little different to us than what it looks like to you at home. Okay. This image has scored a 77, which is high end on the professional practice. So congratulations to the entrant. That's completely perfect in where it's supposed to be. Katie, let's hear from you.
I think the tones in this are really, really beautiful. I love how warm it is. I love that you can see the fluid running down her leg. I would have given a few more points if her toes had not been cut off on that right leg. But I also know that this is like a super tight spot. You've got 3 feet of space to work in. But I think it's a beautiful image, and I think that the entrant did a great job for especially the space that they were stuck in.
Thank you. Lindsay, can you tell us a little bit more?
Sure. Yeah. I agreed with the toes being cut off. and I get the space, but we have a lot of empty space on the top where just a little bit of a shift down could have resolved the issue with the toes. But and maybe just a touch straightening with that vertical line to over her right shoulder. But overall, I mean, the tones are beautiful. I love, love, love the title because it encompasses so much of what's happening in the image. The placenta's coming, she's resting after birth, just the whole moment. So that was a spot on title and way to go.
Unfortunately, the image hasn't loaded correctly on the live stream, so all that we said is not reflecting on the image. So we're trying to fix that in a second. Sam, can you reach out to Lacey and ask her for her help? In the meantime, I want to take a minute to say thank you to our sponsor, Atkins Lab, which is a photo lab in Australia. And they have been supporting this awards since a long time ago. I don't know how many years, but we want to say thank you and give them a big shout out. And I also want to give a shout out to all the people who are watching. I know watching award ceremony can be a little nerve-wracking. If your image comes up, it feels like you're naked in front of the whole world, and it can be tough. But I appreciate everyone who entered and put their beautiful work out there for us to judge and for the world to see. And I really, really, really want to say thank you personally. And I think I speaking on everybody's behalf, saying thank you to the clients that actually allow us to show their most precious and vulnerable moments to, a bunch of strangers across the world who are seeing them in this particular super sensitive moment, which is birth, right? It's not easy to say yes to the photographer and give us permission to share your body, your face, your baby, your family. So I really want to say thank you to all those beautiful subjects in those photos. Sam, do we have word from Lacey if we are able to fix this issue?
Yeah, we're working on it. I am pulling it up. If you're looking at it now, how much of the image is showing? Any or
Like a third,
okay.
top third.
Okay. So if the image is showing partially, I think we're going to leave it for now.
Okay.
And if it's not showing at all, then we can call her.
Okay, we have like a third of the image. I'm gonna write down it's 252, so we can maybe go back to that or let Lacey know that's the one. But yeah, we are gonna move forward and see what happens with the next image. But congratulations to the entrant, and thank you, judges, for the feedback. Okay, this next image has a name that I don't know if I'm going to be able to pronounce it correctly. So if one of you wants to read it, I would appreciate that.
Yeah. Let me get there. I'm still unmuted, so I can do that.
I'm not able to open the photo.
I was gonna say I can't open this one yet.
Something's going on. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break and get all of this sorted out, and we'll be back. I'm sorry, audience. Remember to mute and turn off your cameras. Okay, we're back. We're back. That was easier than we thought. Um, Thank you, Lacey. We now have that image we weren't seeing before. So thank you for that. Um, yeah,
Is it
this is
to comment on that one more time before we officially move on to the next one?
yeah. Please do.
I just wanted to add to it really quick. So I love the title After Birth. And then for me, what's something that stood out was the very warm light behind her. It kind of adds a lot of warmth. It's very golden. We, refer to that immediate postpartum time as the golden hour, where all of these things are happening, right? Baby's first feed, usually. Um, the placenta is being delivered. Everybody's kind of getting to know each other, and I feel like that's really represented here. um, I love just like how, you can see how tired she is, and she's resting on his forearm, and then um, he's the one who's trying to assist with the breast and feeding baby. um, so it just really shows beautifully the teamwork and just the getting accustomed to everything that happens in that golden hour after birth. And I just love that the light behind them adds a little bit of that golden aspect.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you. That's very true. Thank you so much. Okay, we will now move on to the next one. And again, I'm gonna ask some of you to help me with this title because I can't. I don't know how to pronounce that first word. Maybe you don't either.
Yeah, honestly, I um do we okay, so it's gastrochiasis. I want to assume, can I say what I think it means, or
Yeah. Well, it has the description on the actual title. So it says gastrochysis or whatever it is,
Yeah.
a condition where the intestines are born outside of the body and surgery is required. So that's the image we're seeing now.
yes, perfect.
Okay. Thanks, Sam. This image hasn't had any pixels changed, and the entrant would like to hear from us judges after. We're waiting on the scores from the judges. And this image has scored a 75, which is a solid professional practice. So good job to the entrant. Let me see. Lindsay, do you want to give feedback to this image?
Sure. I looked it up. It's grass. Oh, now I'm not going to be able to say it again. Here. Gastroschisis.
We weren't that far.
No,
Gastroschisis.
it's close. The image is, this is a very special image to have. What a important thing for people to see. So thank you for entering it. This is something that happens in the process of development, and I think it's important that people understand what it looks like. As far as the technical elements of the image, the subject is well in focus. It's on one of those trigger points for the rule of thirds. It's beautiful. I think the maroon cast is an editing choice. I would prefer to see it a little more true to color as a documentary image, but of course that's a style choice. but yeah, overall, it's well captured and it's great storytelling.
Thank you, Lindsay. Hannah, do you want to add to that?
Sure. I think in my mind, all that is true. I really like the story. I really love kind of I have heard of this, didn't know the word, but I have heard of this. I think from an award winning photography perspective, I think I would have loved to see this black and white, and I would have loved to see maybe a step back, see a little bit more, because while I do like the rule of thirds that's being done, it's still this kind of side is not really giving me that break in terms of like very specific compositional choice. Like if there was maybe, kind of blanker space over on this other side, I might feel like, oh, it's really bringing me over there. But yeah, black and white, I think the color is a little distracting. And yeah, that's, I think a little step back, maybe hearing a little bit more of the story, especially if we're going to kind of share something that like people don't know anything about. Sometimes documentary images kind of telling more. Are they in a NICU? Is it moments after birth? Is this baby being kind of brought immediately from the womb to this kind of incubator? All those kinds of things would be really educational, honestly, and I would really love to see them in the image.
Thank you, Hannah. That was some great feedback. So we're gonna move forward to the next image. Congratulations to the entrant. Again, based on this image, I want to acknowledge the client, and I want to appreciate and say thank you for us to let us see your beautiful baby and this condition. Thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next image. And before doing that, before doing the judging, I'm gonna swap with Dana, who's back. Thank you, Dana, for being here. You're judge number 3, okay?
Great,
Thank
thanks.
you. It's too much for me to judge and be a pineapple. This image is called Emerges Victorious. Emerges Victorious. There hasn't been any pixel manipulation here, and you're gonna have to give some feedback on this image. And this image is not fully loading to the stream, so I'm gonna take care of that. Oh, there you go. Lacey, you're a superwoman. Okay, I see some scores coming in already. Thank you, judges. Emerges victorious. Emerges victorious? Who knows? Okay, thank you, judges, for those scores. This image has scored as 77, which is the high end of professional practice. Congratulations to the entrants. Katie, what can you tell the entrant about this image?
I love everything that's happening in this. You've got a nurse or a doula or somebody, your midwife, taking off her bra. You've got mom holding your baby. You've got what looks like partner back here in the corner. I think it's really well done. I hit it right there at that commended level. Because it's hard. It's hard to get a shot like this when there are so many people doing all of the things that they need to do. And I think this entrant did it really, really well.
Thank you so much. Dana, do you want to add anything to that?
Sure. I also think that like it's a fairly chaotic moment. You can see everyone's reaching to do different things, and I think that I mean, I always love like all birth photos in whatever way, and all anatomy is fine with me, but I think that it's nice for birthing families to have photos where um, there's nothing like exposed, where there's things are covered, for them to be able to share these important moments and feel comfortable doing so if that's their preference. And so I love that, like, there's no vulva showing, even though it's right there. It's the story is all right in this moment. The only thing that I wish is maybe that there was a little bit more space on the left hand side to see those other people and kind of what's happening there. I think that might have told a little bit more of the story, but I love how straight everything is. The colors are just gorgeous. I really love the tones in this image. It's very sharp and clear.
Thank you so much. Let me see. Anybody wants to add anything different to this feedback? Okay, thank you, judges, for that great feedback, and congratulations to the entrant. Thank you so much for being a part of this ceremony. Let's move on to the next image. This image is called I Am Your Person. I am your person. No pixel changes and no feedback required to this image. I am your person. It's giving Grey's Anatomy vibes, this title. I am your person. Okay, I see the scores coming in. Image is good on the live stream, which is great. And this image has scored at 76, which is a solid professional practice. Good job to the entrant. Thank you, judges. And we're going to move on to the next one. The next image is called The First Breath. The First Breath. No pixel changes and yes to the feedback. The First Breath. I don't think it's loading on the live stream, this one. So Lacey, my ninja fixer, there you go. You're awesome. The First Breath. Thank you so much, Lacey, for that fix. Okay, here comes the scores from the beautiful judges. Okay, this image has scored a 74, which is professional practice. Sam, go for it.
Okay, so I really liked this image. It's a little red, but I think what stood out to me the most was, again, a few of the different like texture details. I love that you like just the difference between like the ridges of baby's forehead, and then just how shiny the top of baby's head is. Like I love how perfect that shine was captured. It's not blown out. Like, I mean, obviously you can, there's a big giant light shining on baby's head right there. And so I just feel like it's the perfect amount of highlight there that just really shows that texture. And I think it's so pretty.
Thank you so much for that. Yes, Lindsay, go for it.
I just wanted to point out the ridiculously spot on focus on the baby's face, like zooming in, you can see the lines of the vernix being squeezed away as baby emerges. The disconnect for me here was with the title. As far as baby's first breath, nothing about this image indicates that baby is breathing at this point. So I think that was the struggle for me as far as coming into an award range, but I would certainly entertain coming up to a commended score for this image.
Thank you for that. I would like to hear from Hannah.
Yeah, I think for me, I do love that really sharp focus. And it makes me think, I mean, as birth photographers with experience, like this is like one of those first photos as a birth photographer that you're like aiming for at different births. So it's like a check mark in all of our portfolios that like we've got to get that close up crowning baby half in, half out birth. So amazing on the focus on that. I think for me, compositionally, I would love a little bit more space. I don't love the crop at the top, and it feels just a really, like really, really close. And while sometimes that's really amazing, in this time, I just didn't feel like it was the right crop for me. But all the things that have been said, I think, are true too.
Thank you so much, Hannah. Okay, congratulations to the entrant and thank you, judges. We're gonna move on to the next image. Hopefully, it will stream. The next
Wait,
image
wasn't
is
that a
called...
challenge, Jacinta?
No, it wasn't automatic.
Oh, okay.
It's voluntary, and if the judge doesn't want to have it, then we move on.
Okay.
So the next image is called "Mama, We Did It!" Exclamation mark. Mama, we did it. It did have some pixel changes, and this is not required for any feedback. Mama, we did it. And we are good on the live stream, which is a relief. I'm starting to see those scores coming up. And this image has scored an 82. Of course, Lindsay wants to challenge this. So
I
go
love
for
a
it.
challenge. So I go high on purpose because I love to challenge. What I absolutely love about this series of images is that the first frame, she's having her reaction. The second and third frames, it looks like maybe she's connecting with the camera a little bit. And then you realize she's actually looking at somebody else completely. And I think the storytelling in that is really fantastic. Beyond that, the tones of the image, the fact that it is so perfectly aligned in each image, just really blew me away. So I hope that we can come up. I think this definitely, I mean, it's in the silver, but I think at least a silver commended would be appropriate for this series of images.
Thank you. Dana.
I think that I'm maybe willing to come up. I'm someone who really struggles with culling, and moments like this where I have a lot of really similar images, but the expression has changed slightly and there's difference, obviously, this is something that I feel like I could see this in my own gallery that I'm trying to cull down, and I would feel really torn about whether to cull one or two or even three of these out. So there's part of me that feels like maybe just one of these might be more impactful. But I do love the progression, and I know it. Like I see this play out, in real births, and so I could definitely be convinced to be bumped up a little bit.
Okay, Lindsay, please wrap it up and we'll re-enter our scores.
Yeah, I mean, I think we see a ton of birth images. We've seen a ton of them today. What really stands out in many of these is the human connection, the human experience, and I think this perfectly captures the progression of those emotions and the connection of this birthing person with whoever is in the foreground in that last image. So.
Thank you so much. Okay, Lindsay, keep your score, and I'm gonna ask the other judges to re-enter theirs, and please give me a thumbs up when you do, so I know they're ready. Hannah's ready. Sam is ready. Okay, everybody's ready. And this image went up to a silver. No, it went up a few points, so it's still on a silver, but it's gonna go for review. So congratulations to the entrant. An absolutely beautiful storyboard. Thank you so much to the judges, and keep those challenges coming because it's so much fun. Okay, let's go. Next image. It's called A Twin Birth Story Told Through Touch. I got you, baby. Babe. Wait, I'm gonna say that again. A twin birth story told through touch. I've got you, babe. In parentheses, it's I got you, I've got you, babes. I'm sorry, guys. This is very tough for me. A twin birth story told through touch. I've got you, babes. No pixel manipulation, and yes for the feedback. And to the audience, some images might take longer because when it's an image like this that consists in a bunch of other images, it can take a little longer for the judges to review and score. So bear with them. Okay, judges, if you can input your scores for this storyboard. Okay, thank you so much. This image has scored an 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the entrant. Katie, can you give us some feedback to this artist?
Yes. First of all, anybody that enters a storyboard into this like blows my mind because my brain doesn't I can't, like, my brain does not compartmentalize this way. The biggest thing for me, because I think I scored the lowest, would be white balance. These are really, really cool. I would love to see them warmed up. And in a few of them, and it could just be because there are so many images condensed into this one, frame, basically. There's some like focus discrepancies in a couple of these where you could tell that like the focus fell on dad's elbow instead of mom's eyeball, or instead of the hand that's closest to the camera, it's on the knuckles behind. really, really tiny details. But this is really cool. This is really, really cool. Good job.
Thank you so much. Sam.
Yeah. I think this is so creative, and again, just want to echo my own struggle with storyboards. They're just so magical, and I love them so much. I do agree with them being a little cool, a little pink, but I wanted to just, I guess, emphasize the title and the progression because I thought it was really special. Because I'm guessing that second half is like a quote from the birth partner, where it says, "I've got you, babes," and so he's telling her, "I've got you," because at first it's just her, and so like he's supporting her and he's touching her and he's there, like he's so present and just so engaged, and then it switches to him catching the first baby, and so he's literally got that baby in his hands, and then in some of the bottom ones too, again it progresses from catching a baby to holding a brand new baby, and then now he's got both of them, and so it starts out with just him and her, and then it ends with him holding the two babies, and I just think that it's really sweet.
Thank you. That's great feedback. Thank you so much. Okay, congratulations on a silver award to this entrance. Well done. Moving on, we have He's an Old Soul. He's an old soul. No pixel changes in this image. And the artist would love to get some feedback on this image. He's an old soul, and it's in between quotes. Thank you all for the patience in the live stream. I know it's tricky sometimes when the images are not uh, loading, so thank you so much for your patience. Okay. He's an Old Soul has scored a 79, which is a commended image. Congratulations. This image will go for review after the live stream ends. So another panel of judges is gonna decide whether this image goes up to the silver range or it stays on the professional practice. Let me see. Hannah, can you give us some feedback?
Yes. I really do love this one. I love the black and white. I think it is sharp, sharp. It really reminds me actually of kind of blend of genres, actually. It's kind of like birth photography and that studio newborn photography that is also very technical. I think and I also really do like this kind of like triangle of like light that is the baby and kind of feeling that. I think that's kind of where I would have loved to see a crop from the top or keep it a little less distracting, the white space at the top. Because I think if it had been all dark at the top, it would have felt more of like a compositional choice and more intentional in that way. But overall, I think the focus, those eyelashes, I was just zooming in on those eyelashes. They are just so beautiful and crisp, which I just love.
Thank you. Dana, I see you nodding. Do you have anything else to add?
You know me, I'm always
I know
nodding
you.
along. I think it's a really beautiful image. It's so sharp. It's so like balanced. The black and white conversion is just gorgeous. It's like not muddy at all. There's very, white whites and black blacks, and then all the middle areas too. The only things that really I would nitpick about on this that kept me from going even higher are one, there's this like bright spot in the top right hand corner that I feel like could have just been either, I don't know, like the angle maybe just slightly different or cropped a little or just dodged a little to keep my eye from being drawn out of the frame. And then the only other thing really is that it's not like a really unique moment or image really. It's so beautiful, but it doesn't stand out as something that I've never seen before. So that's the only other like thing that I would say kept me from rating it really super high. But I think it's really gorgeous and I love it. And I also love a like fresh new soft baby next to tattooed skin. So there's bonus points for that too.
Thank you, Dana, for that feedback. That's awesome. Congratulations to the entrant on a commended image, and we'll move forward to the next one. The next one is called The Longest Night. The Longest Night. No pixel manipulation here. And the artist would love to have some feedback after the scores. The Longest Night, and we're still good on the live stream, so that's amazing. I see scores coming in. This image has scored a 79, but it's an automatic challenge, and Samantha is so happy about that. So I'll give it up to you and take it away, Sam.
Okay. So the only thing that I don't super love, and I think the only thing that pulled me back a little bit from a gold is just the slight lack of like birthiness, I guess you could say. But as far as an artistic photo goes, I mean, this is amazing. I want to just say, first off, like the first thing that I noticed immediately is that their bodies and the way that it's composed makes a perfect infinity symbol. For me, if you start at his head and go around his arm and up to hers and then back down around, like it just makes this beautiful little infinity symbol for me, and it's just stunning. Um, and then I think that that plays into the title a bit too, in that infinity is really, 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 really long. And I can imagine when you're in labor and in this moment, you feel like it's going to last infinitely long, or forever. And so, yeah, I think it's such a beautiful image. It's so pretty.
Okay, Katie, you're right under silver.
So like Sam said, the thing that got me and the reason that I didn't score it higher was because it's a beautiful photo, but unless you told me this was taken at a birth, I would not know that this was taken at a birth. This is just a beautiful image of two people having a moment, which is great, but in the spirit of a birth competition, it doesn't scream birthy to me. And that's what pulled me to where I was. But it is gorgeous. I love the toning. It's so gold. Like everything about it is just golden and it's lit beautifully. Um, but I wish there was more of a birthy something going other than the title.
Thank you, Katie. Let me see, Dana. Yeah.
I'm not bothered at all by the fact that it doesn't scream birth. Like I think that there are lots of images that exist in birth galleries and birth competitions that are like about a moment more so than about a baby being born. And I think that this captures that. So I think that's beautiful. It doesn't bother me that it doesn't scream birth, but the focus is not sharp in any place that I would want it to be, which is why I gave it a lower score. I think that the composition is gorgeous. I really like the golden brown tones. But when I zoom in, it's it's sharp on the partner's like sweater on his left chest area. And it's like almost sharp on his hands, but it's like the lower hand that's sharper than the hand that's on top. And so if I wouldn't mind that their faces aren't sharp if the hand that's like the focal point was sharp, but it's not. And so that was what kept me from going higher with this. It doesn't seem like the focus is right. And for such a beautiful image, that feels a bit like a fatal flaw to me.
Thank you, Dana. Okay, so Sam, you've scored in the high silver distinction. So what can you say to wrap this up and make your other judges go a little higher?
Yeah, I mean that's so hard. I feel like I already expressed everything that I loved so much about it. I do see the hang up slightly with it not screaming birth image, and I'm definitely right there with you. I could definitely see it winning a gold in another competition that's not purely birth focused. But yeah, it's just so beautiful. It's like so artistic and I don't know, just so sweet. I like it.
Okay,
It's very
thank you.
calming.
Thank you, Sam. If you want to keep your score and all of the other judges can re-enter theirs, we'll see what this does. Lindsay, you're done. Hannah, Katie. Dana, I can't see you fully, so are you good to go? Okay, great. So this image has went up to 82. So that's a silver award. Congratulations to both Entrant and Sam for fighting for this image to get an award. Congratulations. That was great. We're gonna move on to the next image. And this image is called I Always Knew You Could. I always knew you could. No pixel changes and yes to some feedback. Live stream is going good. Let's keep it that way. I see some scores entering. I know who I'm gonna ask to give feedback. I'm looking at you, Hannah Hill. Okay, this image has scored as 76, which is on the higher end of professional practice. Congratulations to the entrant on I Always Knew You Could. Hannah, take it away.
Yeah, I loved it actually. I really liked the dreamy vibe of this. I do wish there was a little bit more in focus. I think that um, that's probably the one thing that was like, yeah, I probably wouldn't quite get to silver. I think it's a really commendable, beautiful professional photo. I think the dreaminess kind of adds to the story. But that wasn't really connected into the title. I think if you had told me the title was something like a dreamy birth experience or something, like I probably would have even maybe been like, oh, or they're playing into the dreamy feeling of it. I like this moment. I like um, the backlight. So that's where I'm at. Yeah.
Thank you. That was great feedback. Anybody wants to add anything to that? Dana, are you raising your hand? No. Okay. Well, thank you for that feedback, Hannah. I am gonna move forward to the next image. Congratulations to the entrant. This next one is called the purple line. The purple line. And I feel like the purple line is one of those things that as birth workers, we can totally understand what it is. But if somebody hears the purple line, they're going to be like, what the hell does that mean? So I'm gonna tell you what it means is that if you can see on this image, that line between the birther's glutes, that is an indication of dilation, actually. Is a visual sign of dilation. Very cool. Okay, after that knowledge sharing, I want to see you judges entering your scores. And they are coming. Okay, this image has scored an 83 silver award. Congratulations to the entrant. I forgot to mention that there were no pixels changed, and we are gonna have some feedback on this image. So I'm gonna ask Dana.
I'm gonna challenge this because I think I can, right? Is that right? I have a voluntary challenge.
You can challenge it.
Okay, I'm gonna do
Yeah.
that. I just think this is really beautiful. Like I think that the composition is practically perfect. The shape of the birthing person's butt makes this in the corner is this like perfect heart, and then the lines of the hands and the purple line it's all leading right to baby. The purple line is really uh, nicely in focus, which I appreciate since that's the title of the image. But baby's still in sharp enough focus too that I'm not distracted by a soft baby face in the center of the image. I think the tones are really nice. I think like the details, even the wrinkles in the skin on the birthing person's glutes tell a story to me about where they might have been. Like maybe they were sitting on the bottom of the birth pool and the liner was wrinkled and indenting into their bottom as they sat there, and then they last minute turned hands and knees and are birthing their baby this way. I just think there's just a lot in this image, and I could keep looking at it and keep talking about it. I think it's lovely.
Thank you, Dana. Sam, what can you tell us about this image?
I for a lot of the same reasons that you loved it so much, I found it a little distracting. But the way that you explain it kind of shifts my perspective a little bit. Um, I do love the way that the line went straight to baby, but I didn't catch the heart shape of her glutes the way that you had pointed out. I do think that I was a little bit distracted just by like some of the things floating in the water, like right above or right in front of baby's face. Those are, but I mean, I know we can't really do anything about those other than maybe try to remove them in post. But yeah, I am reconsidering and reevaluating.
Dana, you're asking for a silver distinction. And I would like to, for you to give us a little bit of words of wisdom for your peers to bring the score higher.
Yeah, I just don't, there's not really anything that I would change much about this photo. So I think there's nothing, for me, I don't find anything distracting. I think that all of the details that could maybe be a distraction, those bits in the water and things like that, are really just part of the story. And it all is really like framed so beautifully, I think. So that, I think it deserves the silver distinction.
Okay, thank you,
Wait,
Dana.
can I just
yeah,
say one
Hannah.
more thing that hasn't been
Yes.
mentioned? I think this is a really great example of where the title is telling us what to look at. That's something really unique about the birth experience and that specific image. Like, if we're going to ever bring the title into the scoring, which sometimes I do, sometimes I don't, this is a good one. It's like, it's not telling me to look at the baby underwater, even though I'm obviously seeing baby underwater. It's telling me to look at that frickin' sharp purple line and all the like lines and crevices on her bum. Like that's what it's telling me to look at. And that's what I'm going to compare into my thing. So I feel like that should give us a couple more points to go up.
Great point. Thank you. Okay, Dana, you're gonna keep your score, and everybody else, if you can re-enter yours. I'm really loving all these challenges. We are ready? Okay. This image went up actually to a silver distinction 86. Congratulations. That was great. Thank you, Dana, for fighting for this image. Congratulations to the entrant on this beautiful, beautiful image, and so educational too. We're gonna move on to the next one. The next one is called In the Eye of the Storm. No pixel manipulation on this image, and yes to the feedback. In the Eye of the Storm. I can see some scores already coming in. Last judge. And we have a score is an 85. That's a silver distinction, guys. Congratulations to the artist. Right off the bat, a silver distinction. That's incredible. Let me see. Lindsay, you wanted a challenge, huh? I know you.
I know. I was like, do I go higher? Yeah, I mean, what a perfect title. I love the parallel between the ripples in the water and the tattoo on her neck. I think the lighting coming from beneath the water. I mean, I don't even know where it's coming from, but it's beautiful. And I think the only thing that I didn't go higher is maybe just a little adjustment in the crop, but even so, like just to really hone in on the face and the water without taking out the tattoo. But really, that's just being like outrageously nitpicky. So it's a beautiful image, and I think it's lovely and perfect.
Thank you. Hannah.
I think it's a really beautiful image. I love the black and white. I love the ripples. I probably scored it a little bit lower than everybody else because I just feel like it is something I see at a lot of births, and it's a lot of it didn't feel as like stand out moment for me, but all of you guys love it, so I mean, I'm glad they're getting their award. I'm happy.
Thank you so much for that feedback, judges.
Can I
Yes,
add
Sam.
something?
Sure.
So speaking to parallels, I wanted to also like just the title is In the Eye of the Storm. And so she's blowing into the water. Like I'm imagining during a contraction or what we also call waves, because birth can feel like a storm. And as the birthing person, she is the eye of that storm. Like the storm is in her, it's consuming her, and like it's her body that is creating that storm. And in the midst of that, she's blowing into the water and creating a center, an eye of the ripple, which is also parallel to kind of like like a hurricane and stuff. Like the ripple looks a little bit like a hurricane with a center in the middle. Um, and she's in water, also part of storms. I think as far as the crop goes, I like that you can see the tub all the way around because again, it's circular, like the ripple, like a storm, like um, the like this shape that she's probably making with her mouth that we can't see, and she's surrounded on all sides by the pool. And I just think that adds to it. I think the fact that it's black and white even adds more to that because again, and you're just focusing on being surrounded by that circular tub and the texture rather than being potentially distracted by the colors that it offers. Um, I just see so many parallels in so many different ways. And for me personally, this is not a moment I see very often. I've never been seen someone blow ripples into the water like that, and so to me it stands out a lot. I really like it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So many great interpretations of this image. I appreciate it. Congratulations on the silver distinction to the entrance. And we are moving forward to the next one. The next image is called The Reward. The reward, no pixel changes, and yes to the feedback from the judges. So we're gonna let them score the image first, and then we're gonna have some great feedback.
For some reason, when I try to pull this up, it is pulling up the next image. Am I the only one that's having this problem?
No, but don't pay attention to the name on the file. Just open the photo. It's a person in a bed with a baby and a popsicle and a Stanley Cup.
Okay. Just
Yeah.
making-
It I don't know why it has the name, but this is the correct image. The reward. While we wait for the judges to enter their scores, I want to ask everybody on the live stream, where are you watching this and what time it is? Because maybe it's like 3 a.m. and you're not able to detach your face from the screen, which can happen if you know what I mean. Okay, we have a score. This image has scored 75, which is professional practice. Congratulations to the entrant. Let me see. Katie, do you want to talk about it?
Where did I end up? Okay. So I kind of the big thing for me is I have no idea where the focus fell on this. I think it's on the baby, or on the green washcloth right in front of the baby that's on top of the towel. but I like that it's moody. I like that you can see her reward. She's got her baby. She's got her popsicle. It doesn't get a lot better than that after you've had a baby, right? Um, I like that you can see like little bits and pieces of her life in this. You've got like a rubber ducky and a moon lamp, and she's like posted up enjoying this her postpartum bliss. They're just little picky technical things that I think could have been handled in post.
Thank you, Katie. Hannah, do you want to talk about this image?
Yeah, I similar. I think the focus was a tough one for me. I think also I think black and white would have been really cool. I think you could have really taken this to the next step compositionally. Um, while I do like parts of the story, I think because of where she's at in the room, it could have been a cool crop to kind of crop in a little bit more and feel a little architecture vibes with lines. But again, it's the focus for me that's probably um, pulling it down the most because I would like to see her face, or at minimum, like the popsicle, kind of like really crisp in focus. Because my eye just keeps going straight to the cup, the Stanley Cup, which I do think the towel is probably in focus as well, but the cup feels pretty in focus. And black and white would have been really cool to see as well.
Thank you, judges, for this feedback, and thank you to the entrants for submitting this beautiful image. We are gonna move on to the next one. This one is called The Aftermath. The Aftermath. There's something about tattoos, huh? Birth and tattoos go very well hand in hand, let me tell you. There are no pixel manipulation in this image, and the artist would like to have some feedback after the scoring. The Aftermath. Judge number 3, we're waiting on your score. Sorry to call you out. Here we go. This image has scored as 76, which is a professional practice. Well done to the entrant. Dana, do you want to talk about this image?
Sure. I think the story here is really cool. I love the partner doing skin to skin over in the corner as birthing person is birthing the placenta. I think that we lose a little bit of the blacks. They seem to be like I don't see whole lot of detail even in like the birther's hair or the water of the birth pool, the partner's hair, like all of those deep blacks are like kind of crushed. And I would like to see a little bit more detail in those. I also feel I was trying to, it took me so long because I was trying to figure out if the image is straight because it feels kind of crooked to me, but then that vertical line, the corner near partner, seems like it's pretty straight, and that seems like what I would probably try to straighten to in a photo that has some distortion like this. So but I think it's the little white in the top right corner, like some trim on the ceiling or something that is making it feel kind of wonky to me. But it's a really beautiful image of the beautiful moment. I love the story that it's telling.
Thank you, Dana. Lindsay, what can you add to that feedback?
yeah, it's a beautiful moment, one I would definitely hope to see in the gallery. Um, the highlight from the light to the left, and some of those darker shadows where we lose quite a bit of detail is what didn't bring it up higher for me. But overall, I mean, this is definitely one I would hope to see in a gallery, and I think that this family would very much appreciate having this moment captured.
Thank you, Lindsay. Okay, that was a professional practice image. Congratulations to the entrant. And we're gonna move forward to the next one. The next image is called She Rises. I think it's meaning she rises. She rises, held, supported, and guided by her circle of trust. Do you all agree it's she rises? Or is risers a word that I don't know? Okay. She rises, held, supported, and guided by her circle of trust. No pixel manipulation here, and yes to the feedback. And we have someone on the live stream from Bristol in the UK. And it's almost 7 p.m. and they have been watching since the beginning, which is a long time. So kudos to you, Holly Johnson. Okay, I'm missing one score and we'll see how this image did. This image has scored in 76, which is a very solid professional practice. Congratulations to the entrant. And I would love to get some feedback from Samantha.
So I'm going to say it again. Another thing I love about this particular image is the shine on her belly and her legs. I guess I'm just a sucker for the shine texture. I don't know. It's just so pretty. I think it's a great image. I think it's right on par with where it's scored. And these images, I feel like these moments for me personally are always kind of hard to capture. The moving from tub to bed, and how to make that um, moment flattering for the birthing person. And I think this photographer did a great job. Um, it's beautiful. I love the support in like so many different ways. Like you've got a hand on, on her hand, a hand on her back, a hand on this hand, a hand under her arm. Like there are hands supporting her from all directions. And I think it's really sweet.
Katie, can you add anything to that feedback?
I agree with what Sam has said. This is a beautiful, beautiful image. Congratulations on getting like a beautiful, light, bright daylight birth, right? We don't get that very often. And the tones are beautiful. I think it's really well done. Like she said, this is a tough one to get because it moves fast. When they stand up out of that tub and they start to go to wherever they're going, you better be ready. And they did it really, really well.
Thank you for that feedback. Well, thanks to the entrant for this image, this beautiful image. And natural light, that's a rarity for sure in birth work. So good luck. That was lucky for you to have that light. Okay. Next image, judges. It's called Helping Hands. Helping Hands. There hasn't been any changes on the pixels, and this image is not requiring any feedback from you. Helping hands. Let's see those scores for this image. And this image has scored an 85. Wow, silver distinction. Congratulations to the entrant. That's amazing. That's a great, great award. Congratulations. It's a bummer that they haven't requested feedback. But yeah, congratulations. And thank you, judges. We're gonna keep going to the next one, which is called Born of Water. Born of Water. There has been pixel changes in this image, and the artist would like to get feedback as well. Born of Water. Born of Water. Let's see those scores, judges. Okay, this image has scored a 72, which is professional practice. Well done to the entrants. Let me hear from Dana.
I just love the emotion on this birthing person's face. You know, that we all know that moment. And I love, you know, the moment where baby is to chest and their eyes are closed. They're just integrating this whole experience, taking it in. And then the partner connecting with them, looking at them with such joy and pride. I love that the birther's face is sharp and that expression is sharp. I just wish that it was straight. If it was straight, if they had been able to pull back a little bit more, I suspect that the reason that maybe the artist chose not to straighten it more in post is because they might have lost the partner's expression, or cut off limbs, in straightening it. It's hard to know for sure unless I kind of did it myself, but I think that some of that might have gotten lost a little bit. And I can see why you would want to keep those things. I definitely think they're an important part of the story here. So I just wish that they had stood back a little bit further or squared up a little bit more in the moment so that they could have had a straight photo.
Thank you, Dana. Anybody has anything different to add to the feedback? Yes, Lindsay.
I think this is again a beautiful moment. I would just say that if it looks sepia to me. So if you're going to do sepia, especially for a competition, give it some purpose, rather than doing a traditional black and white conversion or sticking with color. You know, it looks like a hospital or maybe a European birthing center, which is really cool. I love to see that, and this great pool. But I think the sepia tone kind of threw me because it just didn't really make sense as a choice.
Thank you, Lindsay. Okay, thank you to the entrant. I'm gonna ask Sam to take a little break. I'm gonna step in for you, and to avoid confusions, Dana, you're gonna be judge number 4, and I'm gonna be judge number 3. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on to the next image. This image is called Right Here With You. No pixel changes, and yes to the feedback. Right here with you. Okay, I see those scores coming in. I have entered mine. And this image has scored at 77, which is the highest end of professional practice. Congratulations to the entrant. Let me see. Hannah.
Yeah, I love this black and white conversion. Honestly, I think that this tonal range in terms of like the grays, the lights, the darks, I really like that. There are a couple spots that are a little too dark maybe for me, and a few places that are a little too bright that aren't really where I want my eyes to go. When it comes to the skin, I really love how bright, and you get to see freckles on the birthing person's back and all that. I think in my mind, um, it's an interesting, I thought about it a lot, the fact that there's kind of the bed at the top and the tub at the bottom. Um, and I just kept wanting the photographer to be a little bit higher, like force my mind to only look at this sliver rather than looking at them straight on and having them kind of feel a little distracting in the top and bottom part of the frame. Um, but that's just kind of where my mind went. But I think in terms of the execution and the black and white, especially, really beautiful.
Yeah, I agree on the black and white. It's beautiful. The light, I really appreciate the light on that bare back. It's like, I don't know, I love, and I like how the light enhances that touch, and that single hand touch reminds me of, you know, when you're in labor and you're deep in your own world and you only need like a small touch to know that somebody is there for you. And I love that enhancement of that little touch. I feel like it's a very solid professional practice. I actually scored it in a commended because I think it's above professional standard. And yeah, good job to the entrant for sure. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next image. This is called Life-Changing Imprints. Life-changing imprints. There hasn't been any pixel manipulations, and we are asked for feedback on this image. Life-changing imprints. Sorry about that. judge number 4. We're waiting on one more score from you, and this image has scored as 71, which is professional practice. Well done to the artist. And let's hear from Katie.
Love the moodiness of this. I love that you can tell where the light is coming from because you can see it on mom. You can see it on the back of whomever is attending to her. I think that's really beautiful. But it's so red. It's so magenta. The whole thing is so magenta, and you can see it in their skin. You can see it in the blues. I think that if the entrant could kind of handle the toning of this in a different way, I think it would have been a lot better, or even a black and white. I think this would have been really, really cool in black and white.
Thank you. Lindsay, what can you add to that feedback?
Yeah, it was the toning for me as well. I think it's a really lovely moment. I'm also a little bit unsure on the focus. Looks like it might have fallen more on the pillow or even on the water bottle with the droplets. So I think, looking at this, it might be kind of a limitation of equipment. But kudos to you for getting this shot and for entering it here. I think just doing a little bit like more work in post would have really elevated it.
So unfortunately, that image hasn't loaded into the live stream. So we're gonna have to fix that. I'm gonna reach out to Lacey, but I still wanna move forward to the next image, and we will come back to this one. So apologies to the entrance, but these things happen. So the next image is called I Need to Push, quote unquote. I need to push. No pixel changes and no feedback required. I need to push. Okay, I'm waiting on one more judge. And almost an unanimous. This image has scored an 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the entrant. Very well deserved on this I Need to Push image. And we are gonna move forward to the next image. This image is called Resting Between Surges. Resting between surges. Surges. Starting to seeing those scores coming up. Judge number 4, if you can enter your score. Okay, this image has scored a 79, which is a commended image. That's amazing. Congratulations to the entrant. And this image will go for review after the live stream. Lindsay, you're dying to talk on this.
Can tell I'm just chomping at the bit. This is another image that I just is so intentional. I think the crop, the angle for modesty, the tones, everything about it is just so lovely. I wish I had gone higher so that we could challenge and come up a little more. But I'm so glad it's in a commended. As soon as I saw this entrant, the word that popped into my head was prize fighter. Like, this looks like a boxing match. She's in the corner. She's needing a rest. She's getting air. She's getting water. Like, I would just, suggest entering if you enter into anything else, considering just a more powerful title that really depicts what you mean. I mean, she is resting between surges, but like, wow, she looks like a boxer. So.
Thank you, Lindsay. That's great feedback. Anybody wants to add anything different? That boxer analogy, I think it's chef kiss. Okay, congratulations to the entrant on a commended image, and it's gonna go for review. Let's move on to the next one, and it's called Becoming. This image is called Becoming. Yes to pixel manipulation and no, bummer, to feedback. And I'm gonna say this again. Entrants ask for feedback. It's so exciting, not only as judges, but as entrants, it's so exciting too. Becoming. And I appreciate the short titles, so I don't have to read a lot. Okay, this image has scored an 80, which is a silver award, and I'm gonna challenge it. I have the big task of challenging this image. Hear me out. I can look at this image for days and still get new things. I'm going from midwife to partner to mom to baby to midwife to partner to mom. This image is such a true image about a birth in a situation that's almost comical. I mean, they are laughing. The mom's face is saying, "Holy crap." The baby's hanging for dear life. There's something about the colors in this image. The blues are perfect. The purples on the other side. You have some red on the background. You have some gray over here. You have all these combinations of beautiful colors perfectly achieved. I think this image is a very solid silver, and I really want you judges to consider bringing the score up a little bit. I want to hear some feedback from Katie. I'll fight you, Katie.
We can fight. It's fine. No, I think this is it is really funny. I do like that mom's like, oh my God, what just happened to me? And dad's like, haha, look what just happened to you. And the midwife is like, this is what just happened to you, right? Like it's a big full circle. And I do like that. And I do think this is a silver image. I think it is a silver moment because it happens so fast. I also like the little tiny things about it, like the water that's coming off of the midwife's arms, the blood that's running down the mom's hand. I like that the baby is still pretty purple and gray, which is pretty, normal. I think it's great. I don't see a problem with coming up a couple of points.
Awesome. Dana, go for it.
I mean, I agree with you, Jacinta, that it is a really beautiful image and I love the expressions. And you're right about the, like, you could just keep going around and around, like circling your eyes through the image. And even the things in the background are placed, like framed perfectly. So they're not halfway cut off by someone's head or something. The framing is really lovely. The sharpness is great. The only thing that really is holding me back is the white balance. It feels really like magenta and cool to me. It seems like the whole image kind of has a purple tone to it. I just would love to see it to be a little bit warmer um, in terms of like yellows and maybe a touch less pink. But I think it's the warmth part that is really throwing me.
Well, thank you for that, Dana. I want to say that I think that magenta. I'm usually very very thrown off about the white balance if it's not right. But I think in this case, it actually does the image a favor because it's kind of magenta and a little on the cooler side, but as my eyes keep turning and turning around going around the image, I feel those nails and those baby arms like that are still purple, like you said. I think it works. And yeah, I think this, I mean, it already has a silver, but I would love to bring it up a little bit just because I think it's great. And I don't know, it's one of those images that you look at and it strikes you, even if it's a very like normal situation in a birth. Baby's out, they are shocked, midwife's happy, and it's a very mundane situation in a birth environment. But I think this image has something and it keeps me hooked. So, judges, I'm going to keep my score. And if you can re enter yours and bring it up a little bit, I would appreciate it. And I'm sure the entrant would too. And give me a thumbs up. Katie's okay. Hannah. Lindsay. Dana. Okay. And this image went up 1 point. I'm happy with that. Thank you, judges, and congratulations to the entrant on this beautiful and funny image. Thank you so much. I don't know if we have Sam back from her break. Sam, if you're there, just hop in and I'll switch. Otherwise, I can keep judging. Okay, I guess it's gonna be me. We're gonna go to this next image is called Flesh and Electricity. Flesh and Electricity. No pixel manipulation on this image, and yes to the feedback. Flesh and Electricity. I was muted. Thank you, judges, for the scores. This image has scored as 72. That's professional practice. Good job to the entrant. And Hannah, let's hear from you.
Sorry, lots of browsers to get my mute off. I love the title with the image. I actually do think that is a very emotional thing about giving birth and a baby needing help after they're born. I mean, you can feel this detail, you can feel the emotions in the detail, which I think is really great. And I love that the title tells me kind of what detail to really kind of focus in on. I do think the white balance is a little pink for me. And I feel like the I love seeing the baby's toes at the bottom, but I think that real bright pink light is kind of where my eyes want to go. So I'd love to see the full foot to kind of add to that story of the electricity and flesh detail, right? So that's kind of my main reason. But overall, I do love that I can feel the emotion in the detail. That's kind of another one of those things as birth photographers that you learn to add story into these detail moments. And I think that the entrant did a really great job with that.
Thank you, Hannah. And anybody wants to add anything to this image? I feel like we are all in the same range. I didn't stream the scores, so apologies to the live stream. Yeah, Lindsay.
Yeah. I mean, just as like a practical tip as far as like framing, like taking one step back, moving down one little bit. So really those feet are, they don't have to be center in the image because I think seeing, the IV in the baby's arm, I'm assuming that's an IV, but like seeing those details of the baby is important. But yeah, just really getting that whole foot, and that's where the focus is, right? Is on the little foot with actually that's been pricked and has the blood. So really moving back and down just a touch would have really elevated the image.
Thank you, Lindsay. And good job to the entrant. And judges, we're gonna take a break. It's been quite some time, and we have some people on call, and some people have to live their lives. So we're gonna take a break, and don't forget to mute your mics, turn off your cameras, and to the audience, we'll be back shortly. Thank you for being here. Bye, everyone. Hello, hello. We're coming back slowly but surely. Hi, Katie. Hi, friends.
Oh, I didn't mean to unmute myself. Sorry, guys.
It's okay. Look at the doggy. Oh my
Brucey says
gosh.
hello, everybody. He's a good boy.
So cute. So cute. Okay, we're waiting on a couple more judges. Lindsay and Dana. And we'll go back live. I think we're good on the live stream, which is always great news. Let's wait for these other judges to join us. In the meantime, why don't you, Katie, tell us how you feel about your first judging experience?
This has been crazy, and exciting and wonderful and um, extremely nerve-wracking. I think that I told my husband at least 400 times yesterday that I was not sure I could do this because imposter syndrome, right? Like, been doing this for a long time, but what makes me qualified to actually sit on a judging panel of this caliber with such incredible birth photographers? So it's been a privilege.
Yeah, it's exciting. I think the more you do it, the more used to do it you get, and at the same time, I feel like watching other judges is the best way to learn, for sure.
It really,
Um,
and that's what I've been doing. I've been listening to past years judging for like 3 months. My husband is absolutely sick of it.
yeah, for sure. Okay, we're gonna keep going, and whenever another judge, and I'm talking to the judges, whenever another judge is ready to jump in, just come in and we'll switch because it can get kind of overwhelming for me to do both. Just kidding, I can do it, but I just rather like being a panel mod and not judging. Okay, are we ready, judges? Okay, let's do this. I'm gonna put up the first image we're gonna judge, and it's called All Eyes on Baby, a family center approach to postpartum. And we are gonna keep the same numbers we were having before, okay? All Eyes on Baby, a family center approach to postpartum. No pixel manipulation in this image, and yes to the feedback. Again, it's All Eyes on Baby, a family center approach to postpartum. And this image has scored a 76, which is professional practice. That's right where we are supposed to be. So well done to the artist. And I would love to hear some feedback. Who wants to, Hannah? I can see you raising your hand, not on purpose, but why not? Just go for it.
Sure. Happy to. I'm always happy to talk. I try not to talk too much. I love the warmth of this. I love the colors. I love how everyone's eyes are focused right on baby's feet, and that's where my focus, I'm finding most of the focus is right there on the toes. I really think it's a great composition. I think it's a great moment. I think in terms of crop, I was kind of imagining a little bit crop from the bottom. I'm not sure if I need the limbs of who I'm assuming is mom, the arm and the foot. I think there's a possibility that you could crop it kind of up to the blanket, or like crop off part of the blanket without affecting too much of the baby. And then it's really kind of a little rainbow of the siblings and the midwife in the top part. But yeah, that's what I think. I think it's great.
Thank you for that. Lindsay, can you add anything to that feedback?
I had similar thinking. I think this is a slower moment. We have some time here. So just thinking about your angles, and this is shot pretty straight on. So maybe getting down a little lower so we can see more of the kids' faces, especially the little girl on the left. She doesn't look super impressed, which I love. So just maybe getting a little bit more emotion of the people in the image, but overall it's shot well. Composition is nice and well done.
Great. Thank you for that feedback. We are going to move on to the next image, which is called Home. Period. Home, period. Okay. Home. No for pixel manipulation, and yes to the feedback. Home. Home. Oh, Gladys is back. Gladys, I'm gonna judge this image and then you can do the next one.
So are you staying as panel mod? I'm happy to judge.
I will stay for a few images, and then
Okay.
if you wanna switch, we can do that for sure.
Okay, we might just need to take the live stream down if it's on right now, just so that we can switch our sheet to make sure
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay. Sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, this image has scored at 79, which is commended, professional practice. Great job to the entrant. Lindsay, I see you raising your hand.
I'd like to challenge.
Okay, let's do it.
I mean, here I am, last image. I'm saying, I'd like to see more of their faces, and there's no faces in this. But the way that the baby is cradling the mother's breast, the detail is so sharp. The conversion is beautiful. I mean, just the fine hairs on baby's cheek. I just think we've got to come up on this image. I love it when the crop and everything seems to be very intentional. And to me, this is very intentional. A brand new baby born, snuggling into mom, and is home in the truest sense of the word. So.
Yeah, I agree with everything that you've said. And I want to add what for me brought it to silver is that the baby's position is almost like he's not aware that he's out or they are out of the womb. So that's their first home, and it feels like they are still at home. So it's such a sweet and such a image that doesn't need to have faces shown, and I feel like it's such a bold image to pick to enter a competition. So I want to really, really appreciate that from the artist. I would like to hear from Sam because you rated it just on the professional practice range.
Yeah, I think it's really pretty. I can appreciate the details and the beauty in that. I just didn't feel like it was a moment that we don't see often. And then I didn't love the vertical crop. I feel like I would have preferred a horizontal crop. That way, maybe baby's whole head could be in the photo. Um, so,
Okay. Anybody wants to add anything else to that image? Okay, Lindsay, do you want to wrap it up and we can re-enter our scores?
Yeah. I mean, as far as the vertical crop, I think that again that was very intentional. I mean, we can look at the symmetry between the baby's arm and the mother's arm, that little hand peeking through. Again, we've got another infinity symbol. I think all of this was done really purposefully, and I think that that deserves some extra points awarded to it.
Okay, thank you. So, Lindsay, if you can keep your score and all of the other judges re-enter ours. We good? Katie, Hannah, Sam. Okay. And this image is still a 79, which is still great. It's a commended professional practice and it's gonna go to review. So hopefully after the live stream, all the judges will give their thumbs up and it's gonna go to an award range. Well done to the entrant, and we're gonna move forward. I'm gonna invite Gladys as a judge. So Gladys, my friend, if you're there, there you are. You're gonna be judge number 3. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, so this next image is called The Calm After Creation. The Calm After Creation. The entrant wants some feedback and they haven't changed any pixels in this image. The Calm After Creation. I'm starting to see some numbers popping in. And this image has scored a 72, which is professional practice. Well done to the entrant. Let me see. Katie, do you want to talk about this image?
Yeah. I love the moment. The moment is fantastic. I love that dad has baby, your partner has baby, and I love that mom is taking a moment to herself. But for me, it's all technical stuff. It's a little too underexposed. The focus has fallen somewhere on the towel on the baby. So the focus is not on mom. The focus is not on the baby. It is on the towel. And sometimes it's because it does move quickly. You just have to kind of set yourself up and readjust to get that, especially when you have dark birth spaces like this. It's hard to get your focus, but you're this far away. Like it's so close, but it's a good photo. It's a good image.
Thank you. Anybody wants to add anything different? We are all, but you are all in the same range. So If anybody wants to add something to what Katie said, Gladys, yes.
Yeah, I'll add something real quick in something helpful that might help this entrant next time. Some of our cameras, especially in low light, they will pick up the highest point of contrast. And sometimes, even if you tell your camera where you want to go, when the room is so dark, inevitably it's just going to go to a shiny object. In this case, I think we see as judges the focus on the towel, but I'm actually going to call the frame of the dad's glasses probably as the culprit for this, or easily could have been the culprit for it. So sometimes for me, when I've been in those situations and I notice, I check it real quick, knowing that these are, repeat offenders for us in low light, where, highest point of contrast. I just reposition myself to where the lighting is not hitting that object. Sometimes it's an earring, sometimes it's a metal object or some device if I'm in a hospital setting. So maybe working the lighting from a different angle, if you have a little bit of wiggle room in how you shift your camera, that might do the trick. You can try again.
Thank you. That was great feedback. Very educational. Thank you, Gladys. Okay, so we're gonna move on to the next image. The next image is called Haven. Haven. It has some pixel manipulation done and no feedback required for this image. Here comes the scores from the judges. Thank you so much, judges. This image has scored a 78, which is a commended professional practice. I would love to hear feedback, but it wasn't requested, so bummer. Thank you, judges, and well job to the entrants. We're gonna move on to the next one. This next image is called Echo of New Life. Echo of New Life. No pixel changes and no feedback required to this image. We're waiting on one more judge. And here it comes. It's scored a 79, which is a commended professional practice. Well done to the entrant. I would like to ask the judges if you could enter your scores kind of at the same time so we don't speculate with challenges. So keep that in mind. No feedback required for this one. So if the judges don't have anything else, I would like to move on to the next image. And it's worth to say that this image is gonna go for review and see if that brings it up to silver. This next image is called Peacefully
Hey,
Submerged.
can I ask a quick question on that
Yeah.
last one? Sorry. Even though I'm not the top vote, can I challenge it or no? Does it have to be the person with the highest?
It's a great question. and I don't know the answer.
Okay. Okay.
But when it's automatic, it's the person with the highest score
Yes. Yeah.
that gets to challenge it. So I guess that's the same rule.
Okay.
Um,
So the voluntary, it still has to be the volunteer of the highest score.
I'm not completely sure. We can ask
I'll
Sam.
challenge it for you, Hannah.
Okay. Let's
There you go.
I'll fight for it. So the reason I was the last one to enter my score because I had zoomed in looking at this baby's taste buds,
Yeah.
which was so crazy. And I didn't even look at the other scores, so don't come at me.
It's okay. I love you. It
Yeah,
was
I want to say with you, Lindsay, honestly, it's the echo and how in focus that baby's mouth is. And I actually like that mom's mouth is also in it. I don't know, that
hmm
combination to me, I was just thinking about it and I was like, that's a really unique detail. I'm commending that artist for putting something to do with the mouth in the title. So we're not just thinking, oh, it's a newborn, you know, you can hear, um, you can hear this image, which is hard to do. Even especially with like, you know, a just born baby, I felt like you could really hear it. I think there's some technical things that I would change, but it's 1 point, guys. I feel like this deserves a 1 point into the silver.
Sure. Let's hear from the other side of it. Gladys?
Yeah. I mean, when we get into these one pointers, right? It's so hard because you want to root for this artist and taking the risks. I mean, this is a really croppy. I mean, a really risky crop. Sorry, I've been up for a long time. And I feel like that, you know, I want to reward that with that extra point and send it off to silver. Then I also really struggle with thinking how many silvers are we going to really are like a really award worthy in the sense that they stand out. We've never seen this before. The technicality is right on point, other than just a super commanded professional practice where you're above average in our field. You know, every image that we present to our clients should be above average. We strive to be the best that we can be. But in this instance, like I am truly committed to a high commended for professional practice just on those technical things. Sorry, guys. I stand on the fence, but I absolutely hear what you're saying. And I really appreciate all of these little details and elements in this photo. It's what makes it stand out for me so much. Like, yes, this is definitely an above average photo. I just don't know if I can really feel confident in, you know, in the award range.
Thank you, Gladys. All valid points from our judges. And that's the beauty in the diversity of the panel, right? Okay. So let me see. Lindsay's gonna keep her score, and all of the other judges, if you can re-enter yours. Are we good to go? Hannah, Katie, Sam, Gladys. Okay, and Lindsay is so happy because it had scored an 80. So it went up 1 point, and that's enough to get an award. So good job on this amazing challenge. It was so exciting. And congratulations to the artist, and thank you to the judges. We can move on to the next image. Okay, this image is called Peacefully Submerged. Peacefully submerged. Not a single pixel changed, and no feedback required to this image. Peacefully Submerged has scored at 76, which is very, very solid professional practice. Congratulations to the entrants. And we are gonna move on to the next image. This one is called, and this is a long title, so bear with me. Focusing. After birth, midwife is examining a perineum very carefully. In this birth, perineum was intact and there was no need to sew. Hospital birth in Poland, 2023. No pixel manipulation and no feedback required. Everybody got the title, right? I don't have to read it again. Okay. Okay. One more score. And this image has scored an 81, a silver award. Congratulations to the artist. There's no feedback required unless the judges want to do something. Okay. You're muted. There you go.
I'll challenge. Why not?
Okay.
I
Go
can.
for it. Yeah, you can.
I think that the cropping, the clarity on her eye, the little ring of hair, all of the shapes, square, triangle, circle, this is spectacular and was very purposeful in every element, in the shooting, in post-production, in all of it. And really this, I mean, it might not be as fast moving as like a cesarean with the spotlight, but equally as difficult to shoot with that heavy light on her face. None of it is blown. You can still see details in the shadows. I think it's perfectly executed.
Thank you. Let's hear from Sam.
I love the just perfect like light on the midwife's face. I think it's perfect. I love that it's something we don't typically see in this award ceremony. We most of the time the focus is on the birthing family in one way or another, and so I think it's really special. This moment captured of the midwife. And I think it's, I mean, overall, I think it's a great image, and I think it's on par with a professional birth image.
Thank you. Let's see. Okay. Anybody wants to add anything to this image? Or are you ready to re-enter your scores? So Lindsay, you're gonna have a right to reply, and then we're gonna go for it.
Yeah. I mean, guys, every every point counts, right? When it gets to the end, we don't know who this artist was, but I think that we can see the skill here, the artistic talent, the vision, and I think it deserves a few more points, even if we don't bump it up to silver distinction.
Thank you. Okay, Lindsay, you're gonna keep your score, and everybody else can enter theirs and see what happens. All good? Okay, so this image actually went up 1 point and still on the silver award range, but it's great. And we can always benefit from a challenge. And I particularly love challenges when the entrant hasn't required for feedback, because they're going to get the feedback anyways. So thank you, judges, and congratulations to these entrants. We're going to move on to the next one. Next image is called Facing the Surface. I closed the spreadsheet instead of the photo. I'm sorry. I'll be back in a second. There you go. Okay. Facing the surface. Come on, judges. Try to enter at the same time. It's so hard what I'm asking you. I'm so sorry. I know. Okay. I need a drum roll for this one. This image has scored an 86. That's a silver distinction. Yeah, of course, Lindsay, you're raising your hand.
I know. Here I am. Come on, you
The
guys.
challenger. I'm going
I
to
know.
call you the challenger.
Yes. Like there is still water all over that baby's face. It is perfectly in focus. This deserve. I mean, like, I know we don't want to give out gold for everybody, but like this deserves a gold. We're looking at outstanding visual communication, interpretation, emotional impact, and technique. This has perfect technique. It's executed beautifully. Their settings were on point. And yes, do we see babies emerge all the time? Yes, we do. Do we see it done this clearly? No, never. Like this is skill. We can see the fine detail of the hair. The shadows aren't too much. Yeah, there's some highlights, but like I don't think they're distracting. They are part of the image. They're part of the water movement. It tells a story, and please come up, guys. This deserves a gold.
Hannah, I see you nodding like crazy.
Well, I'm nodding because I don't know, maybe I'm just a calloused heart. I just don't feel the emotion. That's the only thing. I think technically it is absolutely amazing. It's not something I've seen before. I actually don't give silvers out very much. I really just don't like to do it even. I think I could go up to distinguished because I really do think it is a truly something I haven't seen. That complete water, that is a millisecond, right? Like a millisecond of a moment that water hasn't broken over that baby's face yet. But I just like my gold specifically to have just a huge impact that like hits me in the stomach really hard. So that's my only reservation. But in terms of quality, it is very, very beautiful and technically beautiful and well done.
Thank you for that. Okay. Lindsay, you know the drill. Go for it.
Yeah, I don't know really what else there is to say. Like, yes, we could use some emotion, but like, how do you get emotion out of a baby emerging? The baby hasn't breathed yet. It's not crying yet. I think we have to give some grace of like what is possible. And with everything that this artist had, they used all of it to the nth degree. So I think we should come up.
Okay, Lindsay, keep your score, and other judges, if you can re-enter yours. Bless you, Hannah. We good? Hannah, Katie, Sam, Gladys. Okay. And this image went up 1 point and still on the silver distinction, but what great scores, you guys. This is such an achievement. Congratulations to the entrant on this image. Very well done. We're gonna keep going. The next image is called One of the Magic Ways to Nurture and Bond. One of the magic ways to nurture and bond. There has been some pixel manipulation on this image, and no feedback is required in this case. Here comes the scores. Okay, this image has scored a 76, which is very solid professional practice. It hasn't required any feedback, so we're gonna move on to the next one. The next image is called matrescence. Is that how you say it? Can somebody correct? Hannah, tell me. I see you like,
It is. No, that's how I would say it.
Okay.
Matrescence. Yeah.
Matrescence, the transformative journey of becoming a mother. Matrescence, the transformative journey of becoming a mother. Here comes the hands flying around. I gotta mention this image has no pixel manipulation and no feedback required. Hannah, I know you're dying to speak on this image. I can tell. You haven't even entered your score and I already know. Yeah, that's the bummer of not having feedback. All the judges are like, man, I want to talk. Okay, are we ready for this? This image has scored an 85, which is a silver distinction right off the bat. And I see a hand up right there. So, Lindsay.
Here we go
let's
again.
Here we go again.
Okay, look at the line leading through this image, okay? Belly to baby, arm, baby, dad, baby. Like, there is so much intention, not only in the images that have been selected, but in the way that they are edited and composed into this storyboard. The one irk that I have is the journey to becoming a mother, and the last images of the dad and the baby. But like, okay, we can bring it down for a title, but each of these images is beautifully shot, and very, very purposeful. And I think we've got to give it, I think it deserves a gold.
Okay, Katie, you're on the lowest side on the scoring. Not to put you on the spotlight, but
I'm gonna tell on myself here. In all of the years that I have entered this competition, one of the hardest things I have had to hear from a judge is that they did not like my titling. And I love the titling for this, except for the dad at the end. And it blows it for me. but the rest of it is gorgeous. But dad does not, this last frame with dad does not match the transformative journey into motherhood, because he is a dude. He is a daddy. Right?
Okay. It's valid. Hannah, take it away.
Yeah, I just want to say, so I like this image a lot. I think with storyboards, I tend to be it's very easy to do too much. And I think that's my only personal hang up. I think I didn't even really think about the title. I get what you guys are saying, but even I still feel like there's 3 frames too many, but maybe it's just a personal thing. I think I could have given this my highest gold if it had just been mom looking down at baby, the couple together, and dad looking at baby. The way that line, I feel like could have been just like one long line of just meeting their baby and it being something about the 3 of them. I feel like that would have really sold it for me. I think the first 2 frames don't follow the same aesthetic, like that line. It follows the story, but for my storyboard desires, I feel like they're a little extra. And the one of her holding baby could probably have, if we had gotten rid of dad and baby, could have been the last one. But again, yeah. I think sometimes with storyboards, they are probably the hardest thing you can submit. And so I want to give everybody props for doing it and everybody props for building an intention in their creation of a storyboard or creation of a creative crop. But I tend to, as a judge, think if you're overthinking it or you're trying to put too many images in, you actually might be overcomplicating the storyboard. So that's my only thought. But I hear you, Lindsay, and I'm definitely happy to give a point or so.
Okay, Lindsay, wrap it up.
Yeah, thank you for listening. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I like I said, the title got me too. But I just, the way that this is composed and the way that the line of the baby leads through all the way just got me. And I think I think it's spectacular work, and I think it deserves some reconsideration.
Okay, Lindsay, keep your score, and judges, if you can re-enter yours or not, or leave them as they are. And we'll see. All good? Okay. All good? Yeah. Okay. This image is an 86. I don't remember which one was. Oh, 1 point up. We went 1 point up. It's something. It's still a silver distinction. And keep those challenges coming. They're amazing. Okay. Sam, I know you have to go to a birth. Do you want to judge one more, or do you want to go one more? You're muted. Yeah. Okay. We're going to do one more, and then we are going to let some go. This next image is called Certain Uncertain. I want to remind everyone on the live stream that the judges are seeing this image in full quality, and it might look very small on the screen, but the judges have access to the file, so it's going to be judged properly. Certain Uncertain. No pixel changes for this image, and yes to the feedback. Certain Uncertain. Starting to see these scores coming in. Judge number 3, very undecided. There you go. Okay, this image has scored an 86. It's a silver distinction. So great job to the entrant. Let me see. Hannah, you scored it a gold.
Yeah, I really, really, really loved this story, especially with the title. I felt like we were really feeling that emotional back and forth of these um, certainty and uncertainty when it comes to birth. Like, what decision should I make? Am I making the right decision? Even with the moment of breech birth right in the center, I'm sure there was a conversation, as you can imagine, of the team as they're just kind of waiting to know. Like, I love that you're got sitting hands of whoever is the care provider, and you know that feeling as birth worker, what that means, certainty and uncertainty, and then them all looking at the baby, being like, "Is everything okay?" After a breech birth, which can have its own complications. I love the two at the top that feel really heavy emotionally for me, even on their own. Just that kind of whatever resolve is that she's having to come to in order to pass the veil into giving birth. Um, and I love the tones, and I love this one feels like a very, while some storyboards are kind of all in a general part of the story and they're more of like one moment to one moment to one moment, this one feels like a trying to tell me a whole part of the birth story, which I really do appreciate when those are done well as well.
Thank you. Great feedback, Hannah. Anybody else wants to add anything to it? If not, we can let Sam go and just take a little break here and do some changes. Okay, thank you all for being here. Sam, good luck at the birth. Thank you for being here for hours and hours and hours. I'm gonna hand it over to Gladys after this break, and we'll see who the judges are. I don't know. But thank you all for being here. Thank you. Remember to turn off your cameras and your mics.
hi, for those of you still watching on the live stream, thank you so much for hanging in with us. We're taking a little break. If you've just caught on to the new hour, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll be back in a few minutes as soon as we get all of our judges squared away. But thanks for joining us.
Amy? Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are back live on the stream. We have a semi-fresh judging panel. We are still organising some judges, but we have a good group at the moment to get us started on the next bunch of images. My name's Selena Rollison. I'm from Australia. I haven't had coffee yet, so if I've minced my words, please excuse that. So I've been a birth photographer. I've been a photographer for nearly 30 years now. Been a birth photographer over 12, and I'm a certified doula as well. I've been judging for quite some time. I think this is my third or fourth year with Lacey, and have judged sort of internationally as well as nationally and at state level here in Australia. Some of my accolades, probably my biggest one and my most favourite one is I won a grand award in photojournalism at WPPI back in 2019. God, that feels like ages ago. And also have won multiple, I think it's 10 national or state titles around the world. I love what I do, or loved what I do. I've actually now retired from birth photography and working as a marketing manager at a consulting firm, and loving that, but also keeping my toe in the water in the documentary world by doing street travel and other documentary photography. So, and doing it for enjoyment now rather than as a full-time photographer. We have an amazing panel with us this morning, my time, evening, other people's time. So I might start by going to Gladys. Gladys, could you please introduce yourself?
Hello, everybody, or hello again if you've been with us. It's evening here in the US, in my part of the world. I am based out of Orlando, Florida, and I have been a photographer since 2016 officially, but I've been in the birthing space since 2004 as a birth coach for teen pregnant moms. And that was quite enjoyable, and it got me started. I am also a certified birth doula and quite enjoy helping all of my mamas doing all of those things into motherhood. And then most recently, I've been able to just help transition moms from the space of pregnancy and birth and into what it looks like to be maybe a professional mom, and now starting in with this new identity of a professional in the birthing, in the professional space as a birthing mom through those early stages of motherhood. So I quite enjoy that mentoring process. This is my third year with Lacey, and I just so enjoy all of the madness. I think she's such a, rock star for putting this together for all of us. So kudos to you, Lacey. We all love to hang with you and all the craziness that goes on with many moving parts. And I'm just most excited about all of the things that I learn every year. We're blown away with these images, and the things that we see enhances who I am as a photographer and as a human. So yeah, I'm here for it. I'm excited to get it going again.
Oh, thank you for, excuse me, thank you for sticking around a little bit longer, Gladys. We do very much appreciate that. And
I think we're all a bit of a masochist. Thanks, Gladys. I think we're all.
And we all love it. We all love working here with Lacey. So Lacey does an amazing job with this competition, works incredibly hard, goes without many hours of sleep, and does so much behind the scenes to make this happen. So a big clap to Lacey for such an awesome job. I'd love to throw now to Carmen, please. Carmen, would you tell us a little bit about where you're from and your background? Oh, we've just got you. Are you just on mute there, Carmen? I'll just get you to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
That's it. Yep, we got you now.
All right. Awesome. Hello, everybody. I think this is my second year judging, maybe third. I don't know. I'm like having trouble keeping up with time, with the concept of time these days. I actually just had my second baby and started back to birth work, and time is throwing me for a loop. But my name is Carmen Bridgewater. I have been a photographer for maybe 14 years now. And I've been a birth photographer for probably about 6 years now. So I'm actually pretty new to this space. My work has amassed, I'm very grateful to say, and I say it very humbly, but the work I've done so far has amassed, it has I've gotten a lot of support for it. I'll say that. I've
Girl,
gotten a lot
just
of
say it.
support
Say
and
it.
I knew Lacey was gonna come for me, y'all. I've gotten such a great deal of support from my work so far, and it is an honor to be here. Every time Lacey emails me and asks me to do anything, I'm just like, just give me the date and time, I'll be there. And
good.
I'm happy to be here with you all.
So good. No, it's awesome. And you know what? It's very common for us not to speak as about ourselves as well as other people talk about who we are and what we do. So, you know, own it.
That's
You know,
true.
own it.
That's true.
It's important for us to own our achievements. Fantastic. Thank you, Carmen. Love to hear from Lindsay.
Good afternoon from Montana, in the US. My name is Lindsay. I started my career as a multimedia journalist. Was fortunate to be able to start judging competitions for other states during that time. So been judging photography competitions for quite a while. I started into birth photography in 2018 and was very fortunate to win several awards from various competitions during my career. I'm still shooting births. I'm taking repeat clients at this point because I am finishing up my apprenticeship for midwifery. So really excited to continue supporting women and families in a more clinical but more heart-filled setting, not more heart-filled setting, but equally as heart-filled setting. Just love being able to take on that new role. So happy to be here, support all this beautiful work, and see what this looks like all over the world.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Got some interesting fun facts about you too, Lindsay. I might bring up sometime during the stream. We'll move on now to Albany. If I do apologize if I pronounce that incorrectly, but let's go.
There's not a correct or like incorrect way, like, because actually in Mexico, I'm from Mexico, so it's Albany in like in Spanish, but it's
Albany.
Albany in English. So okay, so my name is Albany. I'm based in Mérida, Mexico. I've been doing birds for 11 years already. Um, I'm really excited to be here each year. I think it's the third year that I have the honor to be part of this group of birth photographers. Here in Mexico, it's very difficult to find like a community. So it's really nice to have like a international community, even that is online.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm really um, excited to see what's coming next with the participants. And I think it's important to have these spaces to show the importance of birth as like a event of life. So I think it's very important to have information with images and like share them to the world.
Yeah, I agree. I think it certainly breaks a lot of taboo. It gets out there that birth is natural, isn't it? It's part of life, and it's not something that we should be shying away from. Fantastic. Thank you all very much. We might start to jump into those images. So, Lacey, I'll get you to please switch us over screens, and we can get started.
Roger that. Here we
Thank
go.
you very much. We judges, I will start with, there's a couple of images from yesterday that was supposed to receive some feedback. Now these images have already been scored, so we don't need to score them. So what I might get you to do is I might get you to go back up into the sheet to row number 37 to an image called Life.
And just push that back out to the stream too, Selena.
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Thanks.
So I'm going to highlight that one for us, and we'll push that into stream so that everyone can see which image that we are referring to. So we'll just cover off a couple of those images this morning, just this morning my time. We'll cover off a couple of images that should have received feedback if they didn't, so we'll get that covered. So the image that is in stream is the image that we are looking at. If you can all confirm you've got that one. Excellent. Thank you, Lindsay. So take a moment just to have a quick look at that image for me. So like I said, we don't need to score this one. This image did receive a 77, so it's just off it's just in professional standards, so just off an award. So what do we think we could do to make this better? Like, what would the entrants need to do to elevate this into an award status? Lindsay, I might ask for your feedback on this one.
Definitely. I would check those shadows. We are losing a lot of data in the deep shadows, especially on the left. It looks like there might be a sleeve in that arm that is gone completely black. So I would bring up some of those deep shadows just so we're not losing parts of the image into nothingness. But this is sharp. I zoomed in on baby's face, the nose, you can see all the little white spots, and the eyes are lovely. So really, I think just lightening that background, bringing out a little more data and detail in the back would elevate the image a lot.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Lindsay. Gladys, did you want to add some thoughts to this one as well?
Yes. I love this little squishy baby, and baby toes are my favorite. So automatically my eyes went to baby toes and features. They're so well captured, and the strength in this photo, I do share that with Lindsay, that it's the focus. I perhaps think that besides the clipping the blacks and adding more detail in the darks and the shadows, maybe a different crop would have elevated this, or pulling out a tiny bit so that we can include more part of the story. I'm not quite connecting the title with baby here. I know it's a new baby, but this could potentially, also be, next morning of birth or something like that. Baby looks quite refreshed up on the top. So maybe a different crop, or perhaps pulling out for me, angle wise, would have made it a stronger image. But such a lovely little squishy baby. It's just so beautifully captured.
Yeah, very much so. And I do agree with the crop. Like a circle circle and oval with this, or even a square could have worked quite well with this one to really elevate this beautiful baby. Anyone else would like to add any feedback?
I'll say a few things. So yes, I actually do agree with Lindsay about losing some detail in the shadows there. And at the same time, I actually am a really big fan of the contrast. I like the lighting that's being cast on baby's face and I'm assuming mom's arm there. But I think this image is missing like the storytelling aspect. It's to Gladys' point, it's kind of hard to look at it and tell exactly what's going on. And I love being able to look at an image and create a story in my head, or start imagining. So I think this one is just missing some context, I guess. And then baby's kind of positioned awkward. So I'm not sure if maybe like if the shot wasn't so tight, so we can get some more context of what's going on with maybe the person holding baby, or if baby was upright a little bit more. And I mean, I know newborns are, they're curly, so that's also just a part of the game. But yeah,
I also wondered
overall,
too,
I actually really love the editing on the photo.
Yeah, I agree, and I agree with all of that commentary as well. The lighting is beautiful; it's really delicious. It's right where it needs to be, right on that beautiful baby's face, and gives some depth, in the shadows of the furrow and the brow and the eye. And yeah, I think it's the way it's been lit is beautiful. I also wonder if perhaps captioning this or titling this 10 little fingers and 10 little toes It might have been a better caption to really bring out the fact that we're seeing so much of fingers and toes in this particular image, and that's me what I see when I look at it. It's lots of little fingers and lots of little toes and lots of little details, and that's the stuff that I'm really enjoying, I think, the most about this, is all those little elements. Some great feedback, judges. Thank you very much. We will so I hope the entrant has received some great feedback on that. Well, I have received some great feedback. I hope that's helpful for you. We will move on. There's another image that we do need to do the same thing with. So I'll get you to scroll down. We are going to row number 149. And I'll push that into stream as well so that we can see it. Oops. So if you can scoot on down to 149 for me. So this one here is titled "The Joy of a Hands-Off Breast Crawl." Now, again, this one has been judged, and it scored a 73. So it's in that professional standard range. I'll give our judges just a moment to have a look at that. Just confirm that that's gone out into the stream. Yep, perfect. Albany, when you're ready, I might get you to have some feedback on this one for our entrant.
Of course. I must. Okay. This is a beautiful moment. It just because the baby's face is in the middle and the focus is on baby's hand that is like too close to the edge of the photo. It distracted me a little bit to the main point. But I understand that the title. I know, but the title says hands off. I guess from like mama's hand, right?
Yeah.
Um, right. So yeah, I think that the focus is the thing that distract me a little bit to the main where it's happening there.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Albany. Does anyone want to talk to the processing?
I would agree with Albany. I actually really love this moment. I like that we can see mom with like a big smile in the background. But with the focus is just off. And I zoomed in and it almost looks like the focus is like right on baby's cheek, which means the f-stop has to be at like 1.8 or lower. Like it is like wide open. So I imagine if it were like maybe closer to like 2.8 or something a little bit higher, we could have got like a sharper image, and then saw a little bit more of mom back there. But it is a beautiful moment for sure.
Yeah, very, very good. Lindsay, Gladys, anything you would like to add to that?
On a positive note, I don't think it's been mentioned. The cropping and the angles here, the diagonals, are really working for this image. So I find it very interesting to look at, discounting obviously the technicalities that have been mentioned, but I just wanted to give them props that this is, yes, I love it tight, a tight crop on this, and those diagonals are really making this image great. So great job on that.
Yeah, very good. I think the sharpness on the hand, like the fact that it's beautifully and tack sharp on that spot is great. However, I think, like it's obvious that this photographer is capable very much of getting a sharp shot, but I think it's just the sharpness is slightly in the wrong spot, and and focusing really in and honing in on that face. And when it comes to taking images like this, it's really about, okay, well, you've got multiple areas that you could actually take your focus. point your focus. And in this particular one, ideally that focus needs to be on that beautiful face, as opposed to falling onto the hand. So, adjusting your depth of field will definitely help with that if you've got something that you want to get a bit more depth, and a bit more sharpness into a broader range in the image. But great job. One thing that I just want to comment on, is that it feels a little bit flat in lighting for me. So pumping up a bit of contrast and just adding a little bit of depth to the blacks, I think would actually elevate this a little bit more as well. Great job. Thank you, team. Some fantastic feedback, and great. I hope that is also helpful for our entrant. We will now jump in and start looking at new images. So judges, I'll get you to scroll back down on the sheet to the fresh line, and we will get started on scoring. Push this out to stream. So we are on row 286. If you can open up that image. This image is titled, Mum Comforting Her Just Born Son After He Went Through the Newborn Exam. He stopped crying almost instantly after her comforting words and kiss. So I'll repeat that. Mum comforting her just born son after he went through the newborn exam. He stopped crying almost instantly after her comforting words and kiss.
This is one of those action shots that just like put you in the room with the family. Like we are right in there. I personally love the editing on this. Again, with the lighting.
Sorry, Carmen, before we comment. Sorry
I'm so
to stop
sorry.
you. No, that's okay. Before we stop, let's get the scores in. All good, all good. So I will let you know that this image has not had any pixels manipulated. And yes, they are looking for feedback. So definitely keep that feedback, and we will provide that to the entrant in just a moment, Carmen. All right. So we have a score of 79, which is 1 point off an award. So close, so close. This entrant has asked for some feedback. So Carmen, yes, jump on in. Let's have a conversation.
Sorry, I got way ahead of myself there.
I know, you just got excited. I get it. It's all
I was
good.
rambling. I love the editing on this shot. I am such a big fan of this black and white. And again, like I was saying, this is one of those shots that just kind of like puts you in the room with the family. Like the fact that we're at eye level with this person and, kissing the baby. Yeah, it just feels like one of those action shots. There's a bit of storytelling in there, which I appreciate.
Very good. Thank you. Albany, is there anything you'd like to add to this?
I agree with Carmen. I think the editing is really, really nice. I think I love the sharpness of the photo that is on the right spot. You're looking the baby's face and the mom and that kiss. Um, Actually, the eyelashes, like mom's eyelashes, it look great. Um, that's why that I put that score. I I really like this. It's really nice. Well done.
Thank you, Albany. Anyone else like to add any additional commentary on this one for the entrant? No, there's probably one other thing that I would add to that. I think all of what's been said has been is spot on. I think the only other thing that I would add is I'd love to have seen a little bit more of the top of baby's head. It does feel very cut off at the top, and whether that was from, you know, like the photographer coming from a slightly higher angle just to get a little bit more of baby's head. I get that in these moments they're very quick, very fleeting. So it is a beautiful shot. It is scored a 79, which means it will go for review with another panel, the review panel at the end of the competition. So it will get a second chance to be elevated into a silver award. So we will wish the entrant good luck with that one, and we will move on to the next image, please, judges. Okay, this image is titled Stretch. Mama's body dilates and stretches to make way for the birth of her baby. So I'll repeat that. Stretch. Mama's body dilates and stretches to make way for the birth of her baby. Now, this image has had some pixel manipulation, and the entrant is also looking for some feedback. Right, let's get those scores in there, please, judges. Carmen, I might just get you to mute too, please, if you can, just to keep just a little bit of background noise coming from your camera. Thank you, darling. Excellent. Okay, so we have a 78. That's a commended. So congratulations to the photographer on this one. The photographer has asked for some feedback, so I might go to Gladys, please. You're right on average there. What is it that you think the photographer could do to improve this image?
Yeah, I was zooming in that subject on the left was a bit distracting. I think I would have loved a little bit of a zoom and then shift it to the right. There's something about mom's legs, you know, going into the top and then the angle down at the bottom. It's such a power pose. It increases the strength of the storytelling for me. And then one other thing that I would love is a bit of more contrast. I think that the colors are a bit flat. So that would have just elevated that for me.
Amazing, thank you. Carmen, anything that you feel could be done to improve this image?
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
I've been trying to figure out, I've been like doing photographer math. I'm trying to figure out where the light was, if the light was bounced off of something or if it is like a direct flash. It's just turned down really low. I can't quite figure it out, but I'm not sure how I feel about the bright light emphasizing the leg and the feet in the photo. I think if it were, and it may be a bounce flash that's just like really high power, I'm not really sure. But I think if the light was just toned down just a little bit, um, it would make the photo all that better for me personally. But I agree with Gladys. I actually really like this power pose, and I like the angle at which this was captured. Like the photographer got down, you can tell that they moved their whole body to get this photo. And I always appreciate when photography gets a little bit physical for the sake of getting a good angle. So
yeah, very good. Thank you. That's some really awesome feedback. Anyone else want to contribute? Yes, Albany.
I think I agree with Gladys about the cropping. I think a little bit on the right side will be uh, powerful, like more powerful. What I like um, is that a little bit flash that I feel that is like bounced or something, like kind of on the side, and because that makes the water like pop up a little bit because like she's wet, so the water like is brighter because that flash. So I like how the feet is wet and how you see the water. Um, but yeah, I really like this photo. It really feels very documentary. So
Yeah. So I think in summary, I think for the entrant, play a little with some different ideas on lighting. Great angle. Cropping, I think, would definitely do some help a bit, particularly at the top and maybe on the left hand side. There's a lot of leg at the top that's probably not needed because you still get that idea from the picture. But yeah, really great shot, and well done. Kudos to the photographer for getting right on in there, and getting a great shot. All right, that image has scored a 78. Some great feedback for the entrant there. We are going to have a very quick judge change. So we would like to say thank you and farewell to Gladys, who's been on for a lot of the last few hours.
Hi, everybody. It's been great. Have a great time. Enjoy this. Bye.
Very much appreciate it. And we're going to have Katie jump in. Welcome, Katie. Now, Katie, we've already done introductions for the rest of the team here. Do you want to very quickly introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Katie Lacer. I have been a birth photographer for 13 years. I'm based out of Kentucky. This is my first year judging, and I'm having so much fun.
Amazing. And you're doing an awesome job, Katie. So it's always great when we have awesome judges come on in, and if it's the first time, and then they do such a fantastic job. So well done and welcome to the panel. So we're going to jump into the next image now. So I'll ask you to head to row 288, please. This image is titled Early Bird. Now this image hasn't had any pixels manipulated, and the entrant is not seeking feedback. All right. Just last score to go in. Okay, this image has scored a 75. That is a high professional standard. So congratulations to the photographer on this one. Now we will move on to the next image, please. This image is titled Zooming in on her fifth miracle, a link in the family chain. Thank you, judges. This image has scored 77. Our judging panel is pretty much equal across the board with that image. The entrant has asked for some feedback on this one. Who would like to offer up some feedback of what the entrant can do to improve this image? Carmen, yes, please.
All right. I actually really like this image, but the vignette around it is throwing me off a little bit. Something constructive. I do think there's a really nice way to put emphasis on something without like putting a border. Well, I wouldn't even know what it's called. It's like a border on the image.
It could
But
potentially
if
be the way that it's been cropped, Carmen. So
Ye-
just, yeah, maybe be conscious of that.
okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah, if this is yeah, that's very unique. That's for sure. That would just be a first for me. But if this were like a full rectangular image and the idea was to crop it into a circle to put emphasis in the middle instead of cropping, perhaps like just adding a slightly darker vignette around it. Um, Darkening the edges is what I'm trying to say. So the emphasis can really be put on the lighter part of the photo. But I actually love the photo. It's it's good lighting. There's a very emotional moment happening. I think it's a good angle. You can kind of see under the water slightly, which I always think is kind of cool. And it looks like baby might have been born in the sack. Like there looks like some membrane around baby's neck area. So I love the photo. The crop
Amazing.
is yeah, the crop is very unique.
Yeah. And we have talked a little bit in the last couple of days and on some other images about, oh, this might be better if it was a circle crop or an oval crop. So they're, kudos to the photographer for doing that. I'd like to hear from Lindsay. I haven't heard from you for a little while. What's your thoughts on this one?
Definitely. The tones in this are lovely. I think they're spot on. It's shot straight on. So I think the oval crop really does add some emphasis. But as far as like an award competition, maybe looking at a different angle or a more unique angle for the shot will be great. Plus, I would love to see the context. It looks like maybe a partner's hand is holding the baby's bottom. It just feels like there's some information cut out that would be interesting to see.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Katie, did you want to step in and add some comments for the entrant on this one?
I completely agree. The tones are gorgeous. She is so pretty, and I love that you can see the little things like the membranes around the baby's neck. But it is the crop for me. I'm not a big fan of an oval crop for this because there's so much more that we're missing in this image.
Yeah, awesome. Great. That's some great feedback for the entrant to hopefully be able to improve it for future. I do love the membrane around the baby's neck. I looked at that and I thought, what is that? And then realized that it was, it's a little bit of leftover membrane, which is kind of cool. It almost gives the baby some fluid movement, I guess, and adds some interest to the image. Thank you, judges. Just checking to make sure that I pushed those scores through. I did. Yep. Okay. We've got Fiona has joined us. Fee, you want to jump on and join us on the panel? Here she is. Hey, Fee.
To find the mouse. Good morning, everybody, or good evening, good afternoon, wherever we are in the world. Fabulous to see you all.
Lovely to have you. Fee, do you want, the rest of our panel have introduced themselves. Would you like to share a little bit about who you are, where you're from?
Hi, I'm Fee. I'm from Melbourne, Australia. I in the past have been an everything photographer, everything from wedding, maternity, newborn, pet, illustrative, and have been fortunate enough to win awards in all of those different categories. I have pivoted my business in the last 6 months to be corporate and commercial, and it's a very big change for me. I do have all those fancy things that go with it, like the master's degree and a Bachelor of Applied Science and all those fancy things, but that really doesn't mean anything to anybody. All they want to know is that I'm a technical judge. I am moved for compassionate images, and I'm excited to see what you guys have got coming up.
Amazing, thank you. All right, so I might step back and just panel mod on this for a little while, if that's okay, Lindsay. If you're good for a little bit longer. Yep, perfect. So I'm just going to step back and panel mod. Fee, I'll get you as judge number 5. Lacey, if you're around, if you can update that in the sheet. I have been given the kick along a little bit to move some images, move a little bit faster. So we will make an effort to do that. So I will ask judges if you can please keep your feedback pretty succinct and targeted. That would be fantastic.
Nice, short, sharp, and succinct.
Short, sharp, and succinct.
Sorry, Selena, what am I putting in the sheet?
If you can please swap me out as judge number 5 for Fiona.
Got it.
Thank you. All right, judges, we are on row number 290. If you can jump in there and look at that image, please, and score it. All right, this image is titled The Moment of Healing, Maternal Assisted C-Section. Excellent, thank you. Judges, we have a score of 79 by majority. What that means is we've actually had 3 judges score in the 79 range and 2 in silver. And even though the average is in the silver range, because we've had 3 judges put it into the highly commended, we have got a majority score of 79. The good thing about this is that this image will go for review at the end of the competition, and the image will get a second shot at a silver. The entrant has asked for some feedback on this one, so I'd love to ask Fiona, let's get you in and immersed.
Let's do it. Yeah, beautifully seen image. I love the tear. It really adds to the emotion captured in this image. I commended this because they've been able to get around to the side right next to Mum to capture that. So well done to the photographer, but this is a brilliant level of commended work for birth photography. It's what we expect.
Amazing. Thank you, Fiona. Lindsay, you gave this one an 83. I'd love to hear what you saw in this one that put it in award range for you.
I think it's a beautiful, it speaks to a lot of storytelling. The gloves on the birthing mother, the OR garb that she has on. Plus that baby is so sharp when you zoom in, and the tear, I think all of that just really, it's a beautiful documentary image, and it's well captured, and I think it deserves to be a silver.
Fantastic. All right, we'll leave it at that for this particular one. I'd really love to see, really look forward to seeing where this one goes in the review process, but it will definitely get another chance with our review panel. All right, so we'll go to the next image, please, judges. This image is titled Vida Liquida. Now this image has not had any pixel manipulation, and the entrant is not looking for feedback. Vida Liquida translates to, if I've got this right, liquid life.
Yeah, it's vida líquida. because in Spanish.
I'm glad somebody knows how to pronounce that. I do not do Spanish. So thank you very much, Albany.
Too.
All right, just one more judge score in there, please. Fantastic. This image has scored an 81 silver award. Well done to the photographer. A beautiful image. All right, this entrant has not asked for any feedback on this one, so we will move on to the next image, please. This image is titled Proud, Moved, Stunned. This image has not had any pixel manipulation, and the entrant is asking for some feedback from our panel. Thank you, judges. This image has scored a 78. Highly commended. We have been asked to provide some feedback on this one, so I might ask Lindsay, please. What do you think the photographer could do to improve this image?
I think if we're going to highlight the emotions of each of these people in the image, then it would make sense to have more of their faces in the image. So just moving the, getting down into a crouch, really focusing on those faces would elevate the idea behind it. It's beautifully shot. Their skin tones are spot on, and I'm guessing that wasn't easy with the red hue of the shades behind. So well done. But I would like to see more of those rich emotions as far as the connect with the title.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Katie. Katie, you're sitting on 77 with this one. I'd love your thoughts on that.
I also want to commend this photographer on handling what would have been the world's worst orange cast coming out of those windows, because that is a feat in and of itself.
Yeah.
But I do wish that he had stepped back just a touch to get the bottom lip of the pool also in it, so it's not just her legs coming out of the bottom of the frame. But I think this is lovely.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Great. I do feel it's a little bit tightly cropped on either side as well. I wonder if a better crop could actually help with this. All right. We'll go on to the next image, please. This image is titled Soft Landing. The image has not had any pixel manipulation, and the entrant is not looking for any feedback. Soft landing. Thank you, judges. This image has scored an 81 silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. All right. This entrant has not asked for any feedback, so we will move on to the next image, please, judges. All right, this image is titled The Power of Redemption, a mother's triumph in her second attempted home birth. The Power of Redemption, a mother's triumph in her second attempted home birth. This image has not had any pixel manipulation, and the entrant is not currently seeking feedback. Thank you, judges. This image has scored a 75 in the professional practice range. The entrant has not asked for feedback, so we will move on to the next image, please. This image is titled Giver of Life. Now, this image has not had any pixels changed, and this entrant would like some feedback from our panel. Thank you, judges. This image has scored a 77, which is professional standard. I would like to go to Katie, please. You're right on the average there. What's some feedback for this entrant?
Love the tones. I love how this was treated. It's so well exposed. But I think that the focus is over on the left-hand side in mom's hair, which is why I scored it where I scored it.
Fantastic, thank you. Anyone else like to offer this entrant some feedback? Albany.
Of course. I just feel the same as Katie about the it's very like drawing my my attention to mom's hair. And I don't know if it's my idea, but when we use the noise reduction on Lightroom, it really shows. So I think we have to be careful when overuse it, because sometimes it looks very soft and not as real. I don't know. It's my opinion.
Thank you. Great. Anyone like to add anything else to that? No, I think it's, Lindsay? Yeah, sure.
Oh, if this focus had hit, this image would have been amazing. Like, that is really the only thing about it that is drawing from it, is the focus there on the hair on the left side of the image, because the title, the tones, the moment, it's all really, really stunning. And before I opened it big, I was like, oh, I cannot wait to see this one. So yeah, just really being mindful of where that focus is landing as you, if you choose to enter. I mean, the next shot might have been the one if the focus had shifted. So.
Great feedback. Thank you. All right. Thank you, judges. We will move on to the next image, please. All right. This image is titled Unyielding Resolve, Pushing Through. Now this image has not had any pixel manipulation, and the entrant would like some feedback. Now, while our judges are scoring this one, in terms of pixel manipulation generally means things like if you've cloned something, if you've healed something, or if you've done anything in a way that removes the original pixel or alters the original pixel away from what it was. When you're talking things like burning and dodging, that's not changing or manipulating the original pixel. It is actually just adjusting it. So when we talk about pixel manipulation, we're talking about cloning out vernix, for example, or cloning out some distractions, as opposed to dodging and burning those distractions. This image has scored an 86, straight up silver distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. What a wonderful result.
Let me just push this image out to the stream. It's only halfway on. Give me a moment.
Sure.
What's the title?
Unyielding Resolve, Pushing Through.
Thanks. There we go, live stream. I'll just let that image sit up. This is the image that just recently scored an 86 silver distinction.
Silver distinction. Great. So that is an 86. Excellent. Just confirming, sorry, Lacey, gold is not an automatic challenge.
No, 10 points.
Yep, cool, thank you. Some of the other competitions that I have judged in, if you put something in the gold range, you have the option to challenge it. But that is not as part of this one. So that's why I just wanted to clarify. Thank you, Lacey. All right, congratulations to the photographer. Now this photographer has asked for some feedback. I would love to go to Lindsay, please. You're right on the average on this one. What is it the photographer could have done to elevate higher?
I would have loved to seen this cropped in just a little bit more on the left. The person standing there behind and the shoe in the bottom corner drew me. It draws the attention away from the subject. You can tell it's low light. There's a bit of grain in some of the data on the left, but overall the color is beautiful. The work in the low light is beautiful, and the artist did a wonderful job on this image.
Amazing. Thank you. That's great. Fiona, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this one.
So I really wanted to go higher. I was in the lower end of my scoring for this. Definitely award worthy. I think it's a stunning documentary capture of what's happening in this room, and I love the treatment and handling of it. But from a technical aspect, that's what hold me going back to silver distinction. Very happy to give an award, but we've got blown out highlights. I know it's really hard to control that spotlight because it's so damn hot. Chopping off Mum's foot is also a point stealer for me. And I agree with the crop that needed to come in. If you just come in to almost to the ear of the person on the left and just take or darken down that white shoe, just with a little bit of dodging and burning, you totally would have elevated this even higher potentially. So well done.
Thank you so much, Fiona. I might just get you to refresh your browser. You've just frozen on your camera there for me. Great. Anyone else want to add some thoughts? I might actually go to Albany on this one, just because you've put this in a gold range. Albany, I'd love your thoughts on this.
Yes, I just really I'm trying to find in these like images like something different and something more um I don't know, like different, like the contrast, like the lighting. And I really like this picture. It looks like a painting, kind of like even like those religious paintings for like in the museums. Um, so I don't know. Like I really like the color, like the post processing. Um, but I agree with Fiona about those details with the food crops and like that highlight doesn't like bothers me a lot, just because that helps to highlight a little bit, like it bounces to the face, so that helps that light like works.
Yep.
But yeah, that's it. Yep.
Great. Thank you.
Good job.
Oh, good. Thank you very much. Well, this image has scored an 86, so silver distinction, which is fantastic, and big congratulations to the photographer on this one. We will move on to the next image, please. Lacey, if we can please remove that image from the screen. And I'll push the next one through. This one is titled Peaceful Arrival. Now, this image has had some pixel manipulation, and the entrant is not seeking any feedback. While our judges have a look at this, I'm just going to very quickly reload my screen because I'm not seeing Fiona. Thank you, judges. This image has scored a 78. Lacey, are you around? She may have stepped away from her computer just a moment.
Sorry, I'm here.
Do we still have the previous image on the screen?
Oh, yes. Sorry. There we go. It's gone.
Thank you so much. Just wanted to make sure that this next one gets some airtime. All right, so this image has scored a 78, which is commended. Congratulations to the photographer. This entrant has not asked for any feedback, so we will move on to the next image, please. All right, this image is titled, Let the First Light on Her Face Be Sunlight. Let the first light on her face be sunlight. Now, this image has not had any pixel manipulation, and the entrant is looking for some feedback.
I'm in love with the tones of this image.
Thank you, Carmen. I might just ask you, please, to hold your any feedback or commentary until after the image has been scored. And we actually don't want our judges being influenced by other people's points of view until the scores are in. Thank you. Thank you, though. We do love to hear from our judges what they think. Now, this image has scored a 79. And Lindsay is going to challenge, I believe. Is that right? So Lindsay
Yeah.
is in an 85. So she's on an 85 silver distinction. Lindsay, you have support from one other judge who is also he's in the silver range. And you have 3 judges that are just outside of silver. So take it away. We'd love to hear why you think this image deserves a silver distinction.
The tones of this image are beautiful, and really the title played into it perfectly. The baby's face is so sharp. Really, I just think this is very, again, my favorite word, very intentional. Everything about it, the way it was shot, that light coming in, the cropping, the post-processing, this artist put immense thought into every single detail of that. I love that there's still shadow along the bottom. It really is just that light hitting the baby's face that the photographer took the time to slow down and catch this specific image as they were working.
Thank you. That's a great commentary. Carmen, you've given this a 78. And I'd love to know what it would need to bring it into silver for you, or silver distinction,
Yeah,
is what Lindsay's asking for.
that's a good question. I've been staring at this photo for since it popped up. I actually really love this photo. I don't have I don't even really have constructive feedback for it. I'm a big fan of when photographers turn the flash off, and this photographer turned the flash off, or I don't know if they shoot with the flash at all, but um, and they just worked with the light that they have. So I actually agree with Lindsay. It does seem very intentional. You can even see like the light on baby's lip. So you can see that it's coming in from over mom's shoulder and just hitting the baby just right. I love the tones. So I don't have anything negative to say about it. It's a beautiful moment. There's not a ton of storytelling going on, um, but you can tell that this artist has great technical skill.
Fantastic. Thank you. Albany, you gave this a silver. What is it about this that you loved?
Yeah, I loved everything that everybody said, like the tones. I think the post processing sometimes is the thing that makes the the photograph like has their own style and unique and everything. But I loved how the photographer managed the shadows. You know that they're not flat, or like you can see the details even in the shadow part. Um, and it's so creamy too. You know, it's so creamy, and the sharpness, everything. I really love. I will, if that was my baby, I will have that huge picture in my whole house. You know.
Hmm.
um, I agree with Carmen that it doesn't have a lot of storytelling. That's, I think, the the only thing that is like okay, but I don't just think that all the pictures just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Great. So Lindsay is asking for a silver distinction. So she scored this an 85, and is asking for a silver distinction from our judges. Lindsay, you've got a right of reply. Do you want to take it home? Why should this be
Yes.
a silver distinction?
All right. The images that have everything, right? That are perfectly composed, who have the right colors, the right everything, those are the images that get gold. The ones this is missing storytelling. If that is the only thing this image is missing, it deserves an award. And I think it deserves a silver distinction award.
Thank you very much. All right, judges, I'll get you to go back into your score and rejudge it. And once you have done so, if you rescore it, and once you've done so, please pop your cursor in the next row so I know that we're done. Fiona, can I get you just to double check your score, please? Amazing. Thank you, judges. This image has scored an 83 silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. And that Lacey's in the background. that is excellent. Well done, judges. A really great result. And congratulations on a successful challenge there, Lindsay. Great discussion and great conversation. Yeah, I agree. I love that one. I would have loved to have challenged that myself. So congratulations to the photographer. We will move on to the next image, please. Thank you, judges. This image is titled Homeschooling. This image has had some pixel manipulation, and the entrant is looking for some feedback. Thank you, judges. This image has scored a 74 professional standard. The entrant would like some feedback on this one. Fiona, would love to hear from you on what the photographer could do to improve. I'm not hearing you. Is anyone else hearing Fiona? No?
Fiona was having some difficulty hearing one of the other judges as well.
Okay, Fiona, I might just get you to go back out and come back in or refresh your browser and see if we can get that to be fixed. In the meantime, let's go to Carmen. Haven't heard from you in a little while.
Yeah. So I love the moment of, I love that mom is showing her other babies what is going on with their new sibling. I think it's a really sweet moment. I kind of like the way in which it was shot. Like there's some negative space on the right upper hand side. But to me the picture is really, really grainy. And I'm a big fan of grain, but this grain looks like it doesn't necessarily look like it's grainy because of like poor lighting. It almost looks like really intentional. Like maybe it was added in post production, and if that's the case, it's I don't know. It's like leaving like little white speckles on the photo when you zoom in. Um, but I like the moment of the shot. I also kind of wish the white was a little bit brighter. Um, the whites are a little bit like washed out, like they're a little bit gray to me.
Fantastic. Thank you, Carmen. Katie, have you got anything you'd like to contribute? There we go. We got Fiona back. Yay.
I agree with what Carmen was saying. I love the moment. I love the titling with this one because it is homeschool. But the conversion isn't there for me. It's just a little muddy. I'd love to see some more contrast and bring those whites up and make them white instead of gray.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you, judges. Some great feedback on that one. We might do one more and then we might take a quick break. So let's jump into the next image, please.
I actually think Albany might need to leave now.
Oh, now?
Yeah, now.
I can do the next one.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Albany. So this image is titled Catching Hands. It has not had any pixel manipulation, and the entrant is looking for some feedback. Thank you, judges. This image has scored a 71. I'd love to get some feedback, please, from Albany. If you'd like to head off, you're welcome to head off. Unless you want to give some feedback on this image before you go. Otherwise,
I want to.
excellent. Just a big thank you to Albany for your time, and farewell for now.
Thank you. I'll give like a feedback very fast. Is that okay?
Sounds good. Go for it.
I like this moment. It's really hard to get this moment in general because it's really fast and then you have to have everything, all the settings perfectly. I see a lot of noise in the picture, so it gets like not very contrasty. So you have to play with some dodge and burn there. And I'm not really fan of the I guess midwife's sleeve, like sleeve, yes. And maybe this photo can work in black and white, you know, because even that the sleeve is like distracting me, maybe it will tone down that part. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your time today. We'll let you head off for now. See you next time. Thank you, Albany. I'd also love to get some feedback from Fiona on this one.
Yeah, hi. So I was having a little trouble finding some focus, which looks like it's landed on the sleeve, which is a shame. And if you're using like a eye tracker or something, it's going to identify those flowers as an eye rather than a closed baby eye. Great start to your. I'm hoping this is your starting point because you've got great timing. So well done for that. I would suggest, that sleeve is quite distracting. So maybe playing with your crop would help. And you've titled this brilliantly with talking about the hands. So we probably don't need to see the arms and probably a little less of the legs. So I make these little crop shapes that I sort of hold up to images. And I just encourage entrants to do the same. Play around with different crops when you're entering images into awards. Play around with pieces of paper and work out what information doesn't need to be in here, what's not adding to your story. And I think, there's some great elements to this photo. Well done.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Fee. All right, we might take a short break, and I'll get Lacey to pop us on hold in just a moment. But we will be back with you very soon. Hello, everybody. We are back with a fresh judging panel who've had opportunity to have something to eat, something to drink, and a break. Thank you all for your time. We are welcoming back to the panel Carmen and Fee and Katie, who were just on our panel. And we are also welcoming back to the panel Lacey Barrett. Welcome back, Lacey, who has not had very much hours of sleep, but has been working around like a ferret in the background, getting things done. And I'd also like to welcome to the panel Jacinta. Jacinta, would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Yes, absolutely. Even though I've been here for probably 9 hours before. But yes, I'm Jacinta. I'm in Wisconsin in the USA, very close to Chicago. But I'm originally from Argentina. I've been a judge for Birth Photographer of the Year this is my 3rd year. I'm a sucker for birth, and I'm a big sucker for videography. So I really enjoy being part of this panel, and yeah, I am all about community and having fun. So yeah.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the panel. So we will get our judges' numbers, and we're going to get stuck straight into it. I will get our judges to jump into row 301, and I will push it to the stream. Lacey, can you please make sure that it's on the right screen on stream?
Thank you. You're all so pretty. I want to keep looking at you.
Okay, so this image is titled Supported Through Labour. It has not had any pixels changed, and the entrant would like some feedback. Thank you, judges. This image has scored a 78 in the commended range. Congratulations to the photographer on a beautiful image. We would like some feedback, please. I will ask for Lacey. Let's kick you off with some feedback.
Yeah, I think this is a really beautifully handled high key image, and we have some really great whites and some really deep blacks. So there's a great use of, that gray tonal range. I think what I would do in order to bring this up is to play around with the cropping. Perhaps we don't need everything from the top, and yeah, I think that's where I'd go with that.
Thank you, Lacey. Fiona, I'd love to hear what you're sitting on 79. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on how this image could be elevated into an award range.
Yeah, I'm with Lacey there on the beautiful tonality through the image. Great use of that full tonal range. I found a bit of a mini Fibonacci swirl in there coming down, Lacey, from those things in the background, and even in the supportive blanket as well, coming down around through the hand of the support person and into the face, which is why I needed the mum's eyelashes to be in focus for that to be elevated to an award level.
Great feedback. Thank you. Anyone else like to add any further comments? Otherwise, we will move on. No? Great.
I will.
Yeah,
really quick. I think I would have waited maybe like 5 more seconds until maybe the midwife or nurse practitioner turned around, or maybe if the man in the photo, if he had like turned even just like a profile so we could see some more faces in there, that would have done it for me.
Great. Yeah, it certainly feels like they're like watching the clock, or they're watching something else other than the lady other than the birthing person, which when you've got a caption that says supported through labor, looks like they're doing other things. Yes, they're supporting with hands, but they're not supporting with their facial features and their heads. Great commentary. Thank you, judges. Let's move on to the next image, please. This image is titled Just Before His First Breath. This image has not had any pixels changed, and the entrant is not seeking any feedback. Thank you, judges. This image has scored a 73. This entrant has not asked for any feedback, so we will be moving on to the next image. Thank you, judges. This image is titled Scream It Out. The image has not had any pixels changed, and the entrant would like some feedback from our panel. Thank you, judges. This image has scored a 72. Jacinta, you're right on the average there. I'd love to hear what the entrant could do to put this into an award range.
Yes, absolutely. So I really like the black and white conversion here. I feel like the shades are there. All the shades of gray are there. There are some rich blacks, some great whites. I feel like to elevate this image, I think there's a misfocus. I would love to see the mom in focus. That expression, that powerful expression, needs to be in focus. And at the same time, I feel it's maybe too crooked. I don't know if this was an intentional decision, artistic decision, but I feel like it doesn't really correlate the crookedness with the effort she's putting into. So if I would like tilt this image to one side, it would be on the opposite side, if that makes any sense. But I think this image has a lot of potential, so I really appreciate the entrant.
Amazing, thank you. Katie, I'd love to hear from you on your thoughts on this one.
I agree with the gorgeous conversion of this. I did see missed focus, but I think that we talked about this in one of the last sections. You got to be careful with denoise because it really muddies up all of the little details. And you can really see it in partners' pants, where they're either like modeled or like an acid wash or something, and it's all just blended together and there's no texture in there anymore.
I think in the tattoo under the arm too is another spot where it's really obvious.
You can really see that, so you got to be really careful. But you can use denoise, and you have to adjust it. You can't just run it and let it run.
And I think that that's one of the best parts about having the capabilities to be able to do these things. It's about how much you do it and that balance, and having a balanced and moderated amount of what's enough, what's too much, and don't be afraid of a bit of noise. You know, like we are used to noise in this category of photography, so don't be afraid of a little bit of noise. Some great feedback on that one, and we will move on to the next image, please, judges. This image is titled "A Day's Work, a Lifetime's Moment." There has been some pixel manipulation in this image, and the entrant would like some feedback. Thank you, judges. This image has scored a 79. So 1 point off that final, off that silver award. It will go for review at the end of the competition with a review panel, so we'll get another chance at a silver. The entrant has asked for some feedback on this one. I'd like to ask, please, Carmen, can you give some feedback on what the photographer might be able to do to improve this image?
Yeah, I sure can. So for one, I actually love the tones. I love the color, and I love the lighting in this image. I think from a storytelling perspective, there's not a ton going on. Like, I see that the focus from a technical standpoint is on the birthing person and the baby, but we can't see any faces, and then the face that we can see is out of focus in the background. So yeah, that's the only thing that's throwing me off there.
Lacey, you popped this one in the silver award range. I'd love to hear what it is about this one that you liked, but also if you've got any feedback on elevating it higher as well.
Yeah, second Carmen, I love the tones. My initial reaction to everything is to want to fix that white balance or to change the tones in it, but the whites are actually like on the wall are actually pretty white, and that is just from the warm lighting of the spotlight. What I loved about this was the really unique position. We generally have the bed up against the wall, and we don't always get to get fully behind mom in these scenarios. And I just want to commend the photographer for shooting at that level that keeps mom level, even though the background is slightly off. It's not really off. The bed is just slightly skewed up against that wall, and so it can't actually be straightened. And I just want to commend the photographer on choosing mom to be level and not the wall to be level. And I just think it's a fantastic perspective.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Lacey. All right, we will let that one go to the review panel at the end of the day, and we'll move on to the next image, please. This image is titled Bubbles. There's been no pixel manipulation, and the entrant is not looking for any feedback. For those of you that are watching online that are wanting to know what a review means, basically any image that scores a 1 point off an award, so 79, an 84, a 89, or a 94, gets a second chance with a review panel. In that review process, a second panel will review the image, we'll hear what the final score is, and we'll make a decision, a majority decision as to whether or not it gets elevated into the next awards range or stays where it is. So that will happen, I believe, at the end of the competition. Thank you, judges. This image has scored a 77, which is professional practice. Judges, I'll get you to review the sheet. Make sure you're happy with your scores, please. And the final result.
I am going to challenge.
Great. Thank you, Jacinta.
Yes.
Jacinta,
And
an 82 silver award. You're dealing with a 74, 75, 76, and 76. Take it away.
okay, I scored it a silver just because of the impact this image had on me, but I kept going and zooming in, and I don't think I've ever seen such a strong eye contact. I don't really care about the bubbles, right? The bubbles are perfectly sharp on focus, which can be hard to achieve, but I want to ask my fellow judges to look into this baby's eyes, and you can almost see the reflection of the person who's holding them in the baby's eyes. So I don't think we, as birth photographers, we can encounter such a strong bond or a strong eye contact. It's not always easy. So I don't want you guys to take this image for granted. That's the only thing I'm asking. Consider bringing the score up a little bit based on those eyes. I don't care about the chopped fingers. I don't care about the warmth in the image. I just want you guys to look this baby in the eye and tell me what you see.
Great, thank you, Jacinta. I might go to Lacey, please.
Yeah, I think for me to come up into that award range, for me, I was missing all of the really basic elements of the structure of an award image. And the fingers, I'm not a fan of cropping digits, but it was the coloring of the skin tone, not the coloring of the image, but the skin tone that really held me back out of that award range. There's different layers and levels of colors. There's not just the white balance and then the hue saturation, but there's also the luminance, there's the highlights, the midtones, and the shadows. And it looks like the highlights colors of the skin tone looks good, but the midtones of this are actually running a bit in that orange and red range. It's running much heavier on that side. And so the skin tone is actually not accurate in Mum. I was uncomfortable, I'm using that word again, with the baby stare because it's actually devoid of anything. It almost looks like that baby is just staring into emptiness. I could absolutely come up for that reason, but without the technical aspects also being met for me, it's more difficult to get me up. I'm listening though.
Great, thank you so much, Lacey. Some great thoughts there. I'd like to go to Katie, please. I'd love your thoughts on this one. Or Fiona, who would like to? Fiona, go for it.
So, Jacinta, I did stare longingly into those eyes and I found the photographer. Because the lights behind the photographer, the reflection that I see is them and not Mum. So that's funny that you should bring that up because that was the first place I went. Oh, please let the eyes on the bubbles be in focus, tick. But I am with Lacey. I found it uncomfortable with those skin tones. And when we're looking to go into an award level with an image, we really need to nail the basics.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Fiona. I appreciate that. Katie, I did ask for your feedback. Is there anything you'd like to add? No? All good.
We're all good.
Having so many awesome judges to provide feedback, it's always hard to pick. Who do I go with? So thank you all for your feedback. That's fantastic. Sorry, not feedback. We are in a challenge. My apologies. Jacinta, your right of reply.
I already said what I wanted to say. This image, for some reason, is hitting me in the emotions, and I'm okay if you don't come up, but there's something about this baby that has me haunted. So if you want to come up, a commended would be awesome, I think.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Jacinta. All right, judges, I will get you to go back into your score. Jacinta, your score stays as is. All the other judges can move. And once you've done so, if you can please make sure your cursor's in the next row.
I don't think the scores are showing on the live stream though.
Yeah, I've just pushed it through. So I don't think I pushed it through. So I do apologize to live stream. I didn't push the original scores through, but I've just pushed the updated ones through. So they should come up in a moment for you. Thank you very much to our judging panel. This image has scored a 78 and pushed it into the commended range. That is a successful challenge in that it has gone up a point. Now, every point does count because when it comes to calculating the finalists at the end of the day, it can come down to decimals of points as to whether or not you get into that top 20. So congratulations to this photographer. We hope that feedback and challenge has provided you with some insights. We will go on to the next image, please, judges. Okay, this image is titled Connection of Live. Connection of Live? I'm wondering if that's supposed to be Connection of Love. This image has had pixels manipulated and the entrant is asking for some feedback. Just one score to go there. Thank you very much, judges. This image has scored a 75, professional standard. We have everybody sitting in that range. I'm going to ask Katie, please, for some feedback on this one.
Love the tones. I love that sharp little crispy baby. And I love that the entrant did not completely blow out the blacks in that in the corner in Mom's gown, because it would have been really, really easy to do. I think this is a perfectly perfect cord cutting photo.
Fantastic. Thank you, thank you very much, Katie. Carmen, yes, please.
I think this I love the tones in this photo. I love the tones. I love the lighting. All very important. Baby is in focus. Dad's hand is in focus, or the partner's hand. Because it's a cord cutting photo, I wish we could see the cord cutter's face. Like this is a really tight crop, but it's missing some context, which is like the whole upper half of the person's body in the background. But I think that would have just like put the icing on the cake for me.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Carmen. Lacey, did you have something you'd like to add? No? Fantastic. I think on that comment from Carmen, I think because that scissors are in there, you either need the whole person or you need not the scissors. So, it's almost like this moment is kind of being captured halfway between one moment and another moment, and perhaps one of the moments either side may have scored, given a photographer a little bit of extra kick into the award range. Thank you, judges. Let's go into the next image, please. This image is titled 10 Tiny Toes. It has not had any pixel manipulation, and the photographer is not looking for any feedback. All right, this image has scored a 83 silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Just double checking those scores. Excellent. So great. We unfortunately, I'd love to comment on this one, but unfortunately we can't. So we will move on to the next image judges, please.
Far out.
I can tell you now that when there's an image that doesn't have the opportunity to provide feedback and it's something that you really want to comment on, oh, it's so awkward and frustrating to not be able to comment on something that we want to comment on.
Also, friendly reminder to use your full scoring range, judges. So that way we can talk about it if we want to.
So we do talk about generally as judges, we talk about if you're going to score something and you're committed to it, if you wanted to get a silver distinction, go for it, right? If you don't want it to be a gold, that's fine. Hit an 89. I guess the opportunity to really be bold with your scores both ways is it does allow for conversation. It allows for challenges. So judges, don't be afraid to really throw a good score in there, and then allows opportunity to open up some challenge and some discussion. So. All right, this image is called A Mother's Touch. It has not had any pixels manipulated, and the entrant is asking for some feedback. Thank you, judges. This image has scored a 78, which is a commended. All our judges were quite consistent across the board on that one. I will ask for some feedback, please, from Lacey, who's right on the average.
Yeah, I think that we've got a really beautiful moment that's happening here. In order to bring this up into a higher scoring range for me, I would just even out some of those tones. We've got a lot of lights going on in the bottom left-hand corner and a gradient, and then it slowly tapers off and gets darker and darker to the top right-hand corner. And I would just do some dodging and burning just to finesse this. This is such a beautiful image that can be tweaked as is to have a fantastic result. So I encourage the photographer to pull that back into Lightroom or Photoshop. And guys, reach out to us if you are happy to, and ask us, post in the group. And if one of us are free, we'll jump in and help you if we can.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Lacey. Does anyone else want to add any feedback on this one? No? Agree. Beautiful moment on this one. Yeah, I think that bottom left-hand corner with that really bright lights really needs to be brought up. I mean, in Lightroom, we've got the opportunity to use gradient filters and radial filters that can be very effective in actually directing the eye into where we want that to go. I also wonder if a little bit of a crop from the top just to bring it down would really, and make it a little bit more panoramic, would actually hone in on that beautiful moment between what I'm assuming is the mother on the right hand side and the mother on the table.
Selena, just a friendly reminder to press that stream button twice. So I've just popped that score out to stream.
Thank you, Lacey. Yeah,
that's okay.
I do appreciate that. So we do have with the streaming, we do have to we do have to press the button once to put the image on and press the button the second time to show you the scores. Hopefully we'll have that a little bit rectified for next year. But if those scores do take a little bit time to come through, please be patient with us. Thank you, Lacey. Okay, we will move on to the next image, judges, please.
Selena, can you step in for me for this one?
I can. Katie is online. A second Katie is online. Are you around, Katie? Are you able to jump in for this image? Thank you.
Sure can, no problem.
So we're on row 309, yep. And you are Judge 1.
Perfect.
So this moment is titled OR Prep, Moments Unseen. This image has had some pixel manipulation, and the entrant is asking for some feedback. Thank you, judges. This image has scored a 79, 1 point off a silver award. This image will go for review at the end of the competition and have a second chance at a silver award. We've got 4 people that are in that 78, 79 range. So I would like to ask for some feedback from one of you. Who is interested in providing Fiona? Yes, please.
Great, well seen moment. It is these moments that we often forget because we're prepping for the OR ourselves. We're transitioning from that birth space to the OR, and thinking about our own gear and our own equipment and what settings we're going to use. So to document this is kudos to the photographer, and which is why I came into the commended range. I just feel that you've handled the highlights and the shadows really well. I was just hoping that you had maybe one more frame just a little bit round to the right, just to see a little bit more of what I'm assuming is the birth partner's hand, just to give us more engagement and focus on the character. Alternatively, just cropping this image a little from the bottom and a little from the right, just so that hand's just coming in for support without the knee and the bag being the distracting factors in the image. But congratulations on your commended image.
Amazing. Anyone else want to provide this entrant with some feedback? Lacey, is there anything for you to add, or do you think Fiona has?
No, I think Fiona really covered everything that I would say as well.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Lacey. I think the only other thing that I would like to add is I just think it's worth commending the photographer on actually capturing this moment. As Fee said, not only would we be preparing to go into the OR ourselves, assuming we're allowed, but being brave in this moment, like this actually makes me feel emotional because I feel for this person, and even when I was in the birth suites, and if I saw someone going into the OR, I would actually almost be teary. I'd be feeling like this too. So being brave enough to not only get past how your emotions were feeling, but also being brave enough to jump in and capture a moment that I'm sure this family all and the birthing person probably look at that photo and go, oh my God, like they were feeling it too, right? So it actually opens up dialogue and conversation, and it actually opens up different perspective. So I love that. Thank you, judges. We will go on to the next image. So that image will go off for review with the review panel at the end of the day, and it does have a second chance.
Hang on, Selena. Let me just push the score out.
Oh my God, I did it again. I'm so sorry, guys.
And I didn't catch it either, so.
All right, let's do that. So we'll just give this a moment for the scores to come through.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Saw us chat.
We're all too excited to look at the image. It's
Am I good to come back?
You're good to come back, Jacinta. Thank you, Katie. We'll get you on our panel again very soon, so please stick around. Thank you, Jacinta. All right, we'll go on to the next image, please, team. This image is titled The First Embrace. It has not had any pixel manipulation, and the entrant is not seeking any feedback. Thank you, judges. This image has scored a 75 in the professional standard range. Unfortunately, the entrant has not sought feedback on this one, so we will move on to the next image. And I remember to push the button that time. Okay, this image is titled Free Birth. This image has had some pixel manipulation, and the entrant is not seeking any feedback. Thank you, judges. This image has scored a 78. Was that a wave, Jacinta? No?
It wasn't. It wasn't. I'm good.
Okay, we're all happy with those scores. Just going to push that through. So I was just reading chat in the meantime. Apologies, team. So those scores are coming through at the moment. So this image has scored a 78, which is in the commended range. Thank you. Unfortunately, this entrant has not asked for any feedback, so we will move on to the next image. Judges, we will take a short break after this image.
Did someone want to jump in on this one for me?
Katie, are you around? Amazing. Thanks, Katie.
Thank you.
All right, this one is titled Leaning into Labourland. There has been no pixel manipulation and the entrant is looking for some feedback. Katie, you are judge number 2. Just waiting on one final score there, judges. Thank you. Great. All right, we have a final score of 78. Commended. This entrant has asked for some feedback, so I might head to Jacinta. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this one. What could the
Yeah,
photographer do?
absolutely. I've been looking at this image for maybe longer than I usually do because I couldn't find that impact. And I really wanted that impact because I think it's a beautiful image. It's a great moment, perfect caption. The colors are there, the settings are there. It has a few flaws that you can actually change, but it didn't wow me. It didn't have that impact of the new, of the different, of the emotional. So yeah, I think it's a perfectly well made image. It just didn't blow me away.
Great, thank you, Jacinta. I'd love to hear from Katie Lacer, please. What are your thoughts on this one?
Love the tones of this. This is a technically beautiful image. You can, I'm 99.9% sure that she managed to land her focus on mom's eyelashes through all of that hair, which is pretty impressive. Love the rebozo, love all of the little details in this. I think it's really beautiful.
Thank you, Katie. Fiona, what's something that the photographer might be able to do to improve this one?
I definitely think crop would have helped with this. When you're searching around the image looking for story, narrative, and somewhere to fall, I think we've got a few too many distracting elements. And if we just brought it down a bit from the top and brought it up a bit from the bottom, just made it more of a panoramic, then we would have eliminated those details, but we still would have been led into mum with the folds in the sheet. The hand from the side still would have kept us within mum's expression. And I can really feel that leaning into the birth. So it's very well titled.
Fantastic. Great. Thank you, team. We are going to take a very short break and refresh our judges panel. We will see you all very soon. Thank you. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are back live with you for hopefully what is, towards the back end of the Birth Photographer of the Year competition. We hope you've enjoyed the feed so far and the feedback and the images that have come through already. We have a semi-fresh judging panel now. We keep our judges rolling over so that they are fresh, but also so that they've got the opportunity to have some a break and have something to eat. And bathroom breaks as well. For those of you who have been here with us for a little while, you'll know who I am, so I'm not going to introduce myself again, but I will introduce those of the team that are newer to the panel. So Carmen and Lacey have been here for a little while, so hopefully you've heard those introductions. I would like to introduce Jelena. Jelena, would you like to introduce a little bit about yourself and your background, please?
I have been a birth and bereavement photographer, videographer, doula, all the things for about 7 years now. And I was originally in San Diego and am now located in Central Illinois.
Very good, and you have a very cute little one on your lap. And
oh yeah, she's very spicy tonight. So.
She's very spicy tonight. Excellent. Well, hopefully that adds some spice to our judging. We are very family friendly here at Birth Photographer of the Year, and if families mums, dads need to care for kids while they're also judging, we welcome that. I think Carmen's got one on her lap trying to go to sleep as well. Thank you, Jelena. Dana, I'd like if you can please introduce yourself, where you're from, a little bit about who you are and what you do.
Hi, I'm Dana Jacobs. I am from St. Louis, Missouri. My current business, I used to be Dana Jacobs Photography, but I've collaborated with a partner in the last year. So now I'm St. Louis Birth and Baby. And I've been a birth photographer for nearly a decade now. Previous to that, I was a journalist and photojournalist. So that's my background. And this is my first time judging, and I'm really excited to be here.
Amazing. Thank you, Dana. Now, in Australian, I pronounce that Dana. So I do apologize if I get it pronunciation around the wrong way. I was saying earlier, we had a Megan and a Megan yesterday. I say Megan, they say Megan. So it's like tomato, right? Let's move right along. That's very exciting and so great to have you here, Dana. We hope you're learning lots as well, and we value your contribution. Last but not least, I'd like to introduce Katie. Katie, would you like to tell us a little bit about who you are, where you're from, and what you do?
Hi, everyone. I'm Katie. I'm from Victoria in Australia, and I specialise in newborn and in-hospital photography, and I have been operating my business, Sugar Images, for 12 years now. I work within the hospital, photographing lots of fresh 48 babies, and really enjoy it.
Fantastic. Thank you, Katie. So good to see you. I haven't seen you in a little while. We, Katie and Lacey and I, Australian, go way back. So it's always good to see. And Katie is an incredible, as are all of these ladies, incredible photographers. And it is an honor to have them all on the panel. Thank you for your time. All right, we're going to jump straight in and we're going to see if we can smash through the last of these images. We are super excited about what's coming up. Judges, I will ask you to please go to row 313. We are ready to judge. Lacey, if you can please update the stream, and I will push through the image.
We're there. Let's go.
Let's do it.
As my kids would say, bed.
I'm sure that's what you were thinking at 5 o'clock this morning. Bed.
Oh my God. Thinking a lot of things, but not bed.
This image is titled Never Truly Separated. It has not had any pixel manipulation, and the entrant does not want any feedback on this one. waiting on one more score there, judges. Thank you, judges. This image has scored a 78, which is in the commended range. So very much what we would expect and close, very close to an award. So very exciting. Congratulations to the photographer on receiving a commended. This entrant has not asked for any feedback, so we will move on to the next image, please. This image is titled A Mother's Strength. It has not had any pixel manipulation, and the entrant is seeking some feedback. Thank you, judges. This image has scored a 79.
I think that formula might need to be tweaked. Oh no, sorry, just re-push it out to the stream.
Yeah. I've been pushing the button as the scores are coming through to try and keep it live. So this image has scored a 79. Judges, I will ask you to please check the score sheet and make sure you're all happy with those scores. Are we all happy with that final score? Yes, great. All right, so that image is the score to 79. That means that it will go for review at the end of the panel, 1 point off a silver award, and it will get a second chance at a silver. I would like to, the entrant has asked for some feedback, so I'd like to get some feedback, please, from Dana.
Yeah, I think that it's a really beautiful image. I really love the mirroring between what I am assuming is a mother and her daughter in their bodies and the way that they're both leaning. But I really would love to see it straighter. I feel like there's like a white diagonal line at the very top that makes it feel really like wonky to me, like it's all falling. And I think that it could even be cropped in further on the right hand side, and it would really a tighter crop on just their bodies would really enhance the mirroring aspect. But it's a nice black and white conversion.
Amazing, thank you so much. Carmen, you really liked this one. I'd love to hear your thoughts about what it is about this that's giving it the score that you have.
Oh, I do really, really like this photo. I like it a lot. And while Dana was talking, I was like, leaning the picture to the side and taking that little white space out in the top. And I agree, it could definitely be straighter. But that didn't distract me from the moment. Because sometimes, we look at images and the details, like the fact that it's not straight, like that can be distracting sometimes. But I feel like this moment is so powerful. I was actually, when I was coming up with my score, I was kind of like talking myself through it in my head. And I was saying, I was almost like becoming emotional. And I feel like a lot of, sometimes photos are just like missing that, like that wow factor. And I just feel like this one has it.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Carmen. I think, like this is where if you've got the opportunity to manipulate some pixels, like straightening up a little bit and potentially taking out that white tail at the very top, but leaving in some of those twinkle lights, which are reflected in the water, could actually have elevated this this even higher. This will go for review, so it will have a second chance at a silver with our review panel at the end of the competition. So good luck to the entrant. We will move on to the next image, please, judges. This image is titled, "We Birth How We Live." There has not been any pixel manipulation and the entrant is not seeking feedback. And while our judges are going through and adding their scores for this image, one of the things that we as judges do look for is some of those really, some of those things that are particularly distracting. So I think it's really important when it comes down to the difference between an award image and a high professional standard or a commanded image often can be some of those distracting elements, the slightest of crop, the slightest of tilt, making sure you've got all of those lines straight. So it's never hurts to be overly perfectionist on your images, because the judges will look at those images and they will look for those things when they are judging. Sometimes those little elements are enough to, and a lot of the time, little elements or distractions are enough to bring a judge's score down, where small changes or rectifications can actually allow for an award. And this particular one has scored an 81 and is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. And sound effects, woohoo! This entrant has not asked for any feedback. So we will move along to the next image, but congratulations to the entrant for a solid silver. This image is titled "Prolific Profile, a Mother in Bloom." Prolific Profile, a Mother in Bloom. This image has not had any pixel manipulation and the entrant is seeking some feedback. Thank you, judges. This image has scored an 83, a silver award. Congratulations to the entrant. Just let that final score come through on live stream. So this image is a silver. Congratulations, that is so good. I am going to ask for some feedback from Carmen, please. I'd love to know, you're right on the average. I'd love to know what it is about this image that led you to give it a silver.
Yes, sure thing. So I actually really like this. I love the colors. I am in love with the plants and the wallpaper in the background. I think there's a lot of detail in the hair, but when I look at it from a technical eye, it looks like the light is coming from behind this person's head. So I almost wish it was like the opposite direction, like her face was in the light and then the maybe like the shadowy part of the photo was behind her, because her hair is being illuminated here and her face is in a shadow. So I kind of wish, I know it's birth and like every, there's no perfect scenarios, but I almost wish she was like turned towards the light.
And it's
Or with
one of
some
those
creative
things.
editing, maybe that could have, I don't know, I'm not sure, but
Yeah, it's a bit hard. It's a bit hard in
that's my
creative
thought.
editing, I think, to change a perspective when their light is coming from a particular direction, isn't it? And sometimes it's just really disappointing. It's like, damn it, I just wish you were facing the other way. But I want to throw to Lacey. Lacey, what is your thoughts on this one? You really liked this one at an 87.
Yeah, I did. This isn't a challenge. I feel like I need to address what Carmen said. No, the you can shape and manipulate the lighting. The lighting is so beautiful in this image. You can literally pull in a gradient on the back of mom's head and then dodge the front. But that actually, it didn't bother me. I actually looked at it from a storytelling perspective of looking ahead, like the hardest part is yet to come, and there's still a little bit more darkness to go. So I really enjoyed having the shadows on the front and her looking through those shadows like that. And look, the nugget that topped it off for me was the tier. So the tier there was just absolutely beautiful. There's some Art Deco things going on. I'm jealous that this mom's Monstera is alive and hasn't been like, nope, I'm dying. There's just so many beautiful things to love about this. And, I think that the photographer should be commended, and they have. So they should be really proud.
Amazing. Thank you, Lacey. And Lacey was 1 point off a challenge on this one.
Use your full scoring range, people.
Use your full scoring range, people. Exactly. So beautiful. I agree. It's like, I quite like, I actually commend the photographer for entering this because, like it's quite different and unique to a lot of the other images that we see. So well seen, beautiful moment. And yeah, congratulations on a solid silver award. Thank you, judges. We will move on to the next image, please. This image is titled Look at Me. Makes me want to think of Kath and Kim. Look at Mo. If you're Australian, you'll totally get that. I don't know if that gets pushed out overseas, but
no, I was going to say no one knows what you're talking
no
about.
one knows what I'm talking about. No one overseas knows what I'm talking about.
Oh, this is one of the images that hasn't loaded. Let me push this over to my shared monitor. It will cover up the scores, but at least you'll get to see the image.
Thank you, judges. Just waiting on 2 more scores, please. Fantastic. Congratulations to the photographer. This image has scored a 76, which is professional standard. What a beautiful image to put in a gallery. This entrant has asked for some feedback on this. So for the sake of live stream, I'll share those scores since you can't see them. So we have a 73, a 76, 75, 80, and a 77. I would like to ask, who have we got? Dana, I haven't heard from you in a little while. You're sitting on 77. I'd love to know what your thoughts are on this image.
Yeah, one of the things that sort of threw me was the title a little bit. It's saying look at me, but the baby's hand is obscuring their face and their eyes. And so I want to look into this baby's eyes. They're right there, but they're not in focus or in the light. The hand is the thing that's in focus. So the title sort of threw me a little bit. But I love the leading line of the arm to the baby, and then the hand is just so darling right there, nursing. I love the crop and the perspective.
Great. Thank you so much, Dana. Jelena, are you around? Still there? Might come back to Jelena. Let's go to Katie. What are your thoughts on this one? You gave this a silver award at 80.
I did. I think this is absolutely beautiful. Oh, my screen's frozen. Sorry. No, we're back. The leading lines is definitely something that really drew me into this, and the color palette is really beautiful as well. I love that the focus is also hitting those tiny little crinkles on the baby's forehead. And while the caption does say "look at me," the baby's kind of got its fingers like "look at me," you know, the signal of looking at me. I also love the little fingers peeping up over the top as well. I did notice a little bit of haloing in the background. But other than that, I have awarded this a silver award, and I believe that that's where it should be. It's different, and yeah, it's just got lots of really appealing elements within the image. So congratulations to the photographer.
Thank you. All right. Does anyone else want to add anything? Otherwise, we'll move on. All good. All right. Thank you, judges. This image, as I said, has scored a 76. Commended. So we'll move on to the next image, please. Lacey, if you can please update the stream. Okay, this image is titled, "I Want to Hold You So Bad." This image has not had any pixel manipulation, and the entrant is not seeking any feedback. Scores are coming through. Thank you, judges. This image has scored a 92 Gold Award. Woo! Where's the sound effects, Lacey? Congratulations to the photographer. That is a brilliant result, straight up. I do want to look at the panel though and see if anyone if everyone is happy with that final score. Are we all happy with that? Don't want to talk about it?
It's giving me gold distinction. I'll say it.
Come
It,
on.
it
All
really
right.
is. That
So,
is
but Carmen,
that
you're
is a
challenging?
top tier photo to me. I mean, not only can I not find any flaws in this photo, it's like it's there's a story. It's emotional. I love the tones. Like it's there's no
Carmen, are you
detail lost.
challenging it?
I don't know. Am I? Is that what's happening?
You can.
If you believe in it being a gold distinction, then
I really do.
Then
I really do.
Then if you do believe in it, you have to. Now, in order for it to elevate to gold distinction, we have to talk about it, which means you need to challenge it. So, are you challenging this one?
Let's do it.
Excellent. Let's go. Woo! Okay, where's the button? Okay, I want the button now, Lacey. All right, we have a challenge from Carmen. All right, so Carmen has put this in a 98 gold distinction. We also have 2 in gold. So you've got support here, Carmen, from the panel. We have 2 sitting in 89 who are just a point off a gold. Okay, so we are going to start. This is a voluntary challenge, which means, Carmen, you will have a right of reply or a rebuttal. So we're going to start with you. Talk to us and talk to the panel about why this should be a gold distinction award.
This is me, right?
This is you. This is all you. Yep.
This is just like a perfect, I mean, it's just as perfect as a birth photo could get. I imagine if this were me that had just given birth and this came back in my gallery, I would just tears of every emotion on the spectrum. I love that you can see the parents. I'm assuming the parents' faces. You can see the baby's face. You can see the nurse who is supporting the baby here. You can see the hands. I kind of love even just like the small details, like the reflection in the glass, and um, there's nothing in the image is distracting me, which I also really look for. And then I mentioned earlier, I was a little bit excited. I said there's no detail loss. There is a little bit of detail loss, like in the gown on the partner, um, but it's not distracting me. It's actually, I feel like it's actually leading me towards the more important part of the image, which is the faces of the parents. So you all just reconsider for me. Just
I think we've
reconsider.
got sound effects to go with it. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Carmen. So Carmen is asking for a gold distinction. Jelena, you're sitting at 89. I'd love to know what it is that kept it out of the gold or a gold distinction range for you.
It kept it out of the goal, or like, yes, the whites on the blanket over baby are just a little bit too bright for me. My eyes automatically want to be drawn there, but not, I don't want to say not in a good way. It's in it like in a distracting way. And then I also feel like focus fell on birthing person's shoulder, like just a hair in front of her face. If you zoom in, those two things, had they not been there, it would have 100% been a gold distinction for me.
Excellent. Okay, I'm going to go to Dana. You're sitting on 92. Why do you think this deserves a gold or a gold distinction?
Well, it's just gorgeous. I mean, the moment I opened it, I zoomed right into birthing person's face and just felt all the feelings. The title really feels like it is just perfect for this too. And then in addition to that, I love that the nurse is holding the baby. Their hands are holding baby, and the mom wants to be the one holding the baby. I just feel like that's like there's some play of things happening there, and the perspective I just think is like really incredible. It really, like, I feel like I'm right there looking in on it. The only thing that distracts me at all, and this is so nitpicky, but there's this little red light or something right behind partner's back, in the very top right of the frame, that my eye just keeps going to. And I know that's nitpicky, but it's a thing. I would have wanted that just slightly cropped out or tilted or cloned or something.
Awesome, thank you. Now, given we are talking about a gold distinction, I would like to give everybody the opportunity to speak here. So I'm going to go to Lacey next, who is also sitting in at 89, just outside of the gold range.
Yeah, this image initially turned around and I wanted to cry because I felt like there was this medical staff that is actually holding the baby. The title is I just want to hold you. I want to hold you so bad. The mom is just barely touching the baby, not getting any of the experience, the story, the emotion, everything is there. But then that blanket is so blown out. And I think when we're talking about it in the gold, I've actually pulled up what is stated as gold in the rules. And it says gold distinction is exceptional vision, creativity, innovation, and technique. A high degree of originality exhibits excellence in assessment in all criteria. And I think for me, it meets the mark on everything except those blown out highlights. And it's so nitpicky. I know it's pedantics, and people are probably going to want to kick me in the teeth. However, when we're talking about gold distinction, I literally want to see pure perfection. And those highlights are so blatantly blown. I can't look past that to get into gold distinction. I can probably bring it into gold, but I would really struggle technically to bring it into the realm of perfection simply for that reason.
Thank you, Lacey. Thank you, Lacey. Thankfully, it's your competition. You'll be able to deal with the entrant getting cranky at you later. I want to also go to Katie. So, Katie, you haven't had a chance to speak to this one. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Lacey. The blankets, I've scored it as a gold, but to go up to a gold distinction again with the highlights in the blankets is something that kind of threw me a little bit. The emotion is what got me. Obviously, the hands coming in, the little baby hand on the thumb there is really, really sweet. But the emotion captured in this environment, especially being in theatre, it's really, really hard to get something so amazing come through your camera. And the little red distracting piece at the top, I think if it was to be cropped, it would crop out a bit too much of the hand going away in the background. But I'm sitting at a gold. I feel this is a solid gold. I wouldn't probably go into the gold distinction, but I do feel it's worthy of a gold award for sure.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Katie. Carmen, you've got a right of rebuttal. So if you've listened to all of that feedback, maybe you can address it as to why it still deserves a gold distinction.
Yeah, I've been listening. I'm listening, you all. I hear you. And I keep looking at the blown out whites. I'll call it what it is, but when I look at the white of the blanket behind the not behind the reflection, but the part that isn't in the reflection, it's just a regular white. It's not blown out. It's just the reflection. So I'm like, okay, obviously this person was shooting with a flash, and it just the way the light bounced back down on that glass is just making it really bright and illuminated. But it doesn't feel like an intentional like it just seems like something that would just happen because there's a flash there instead of like, for lack of better terms, like bad editing, or I don't know. It just doesn't bother me much.
So why does it deserve a gold distinction, Carmen?
Well, again, I personally don't feel like this image is flawed. You know, I just don't. I see the blowout. I see it. But I really do feel like it's because of the reflection piece. Because when we look at the part of baby's blanket that is not, in the reflection, it's not blown out. It is just like just a simple white. So I don't know. That's what I got.
And
it's up to you all to decide the fate.
So Carmen, so it has scored a 92, so it has got a gold. Carmen has scored it at 98. Carmen is asking for a gold distinction at 95 or more. So judges, I will ask you to go into the sheet and rescore the image. Once you have done so, if you can, please make sure your cursor is in the next row so I know you are ready to go. Good luck to the entrant. And this image has scored 95, gold distinction. Fantastic result. And I think that's our first gold distinction potentially. So congratulations, big congratulations to that entrant for what is a spectacular image. I wish I had a judge this one myself. I just wanted to talk to it, but I couldn't, right? It's not my turn. So very, very good challenge. Very well done, Carmen, and great commentary from everybody. Given that was a big piece, we might just take a very quick breather. Just give yourself a couple of seconds just to take some deep breaths so that we can make sure that we reset, give every image the time of day that it deserves. So a couple of deep breaths, team, as we go to move on to the next image. So big congratulations to that photographer on a fantastic result. All right. Hopefully we're all calmed a little bit from that. Let's move on to the next image, please. So this image is titled Helping Hand. It has not had any pixels changed, and the entrant is not seeking any feedback. Thank you, judges. This image has scored a 77 in the high professional standard range. Our judges are very consistent across the board there, only being within 2 points, and 4 of you are all sitting on the same. So great result for that photographer. Congratulations with being in professional standard. This is exactly what we would expect from our professional, and this family will love having this, no doubt, in their gallery. Thank you, judges. We will move on to the next image, please. This image is titled The Birthing Positions of the Midwife. In Poland, there is a huge change. More and more women are giving birth in the vertical positions rather than lying on their back with legs up. Vertical positions are much more demanding for midwives. When making photos, I observe their positions, often horizontal on the floor. This is a home birth in Poland, spring night in 2024. So this image has not had any manipulation of the pixels, and the entrant will be looking for some feedback. Excellent. Thank you, judges. This image has scored an 81 silver award. Woo! Congratulations to the entrant. The entrant has asked for some feedback on this one, so I'd like to go to Jelena, please. I'd love your thoughts on this image.
Yeah. The lighting of this. I love how it goes from like bright on the right, and then it how do I explain this? It like opens up into a cone on the left. Just kind of lighting these little nuggets along the way, kind of this pathway that it takes your vision. It initially, the left side was a little bit too dark, so I'd love to see potentially maybe a little bit lighter, bring up some of those shadows if possible. But I actually really like the crop on this, and kind of the storytelling that the light does.
Great, thank you, Jelena. Katie, have you got any thoughts on this image?
Yeah, sorry, I was just holding up like my card to see how I would how I would handle this. But I love the way that they have captured this with the lighting as well. Like I completely agree with the little cone of light that's shadowing and providing those highlights where need be, and then it sort of just gets darker and darker. I was having a little think, and I was thinking possibly cropping from the bottom a little bit where it just comes underneath that little dome straight across, but I guess it hasn't really affected too much of the lighting, but I just think that little blown out square at the bottom that's coming off that light could be a little bit of a distraction. However, I think it's just been handled beautifully, and the black and white tonality throughout is really, really amazing. So well done.
Great, thank you. Yeah, awesome, good job. Unless anyone's got anything else to contribute, we will move on to the next image. Thank you, judges. All right, we will go to the next image, please. This image is titled Lost and Gone Forever. There has been no pixel manipulation and the entrant is not seeking any feedback. Lost and Gone Forever. One more score there, judges. Thank you, judges. This image has scored an 82 silver award. Just looking at those.
Challenging. I'm challenging.
Challenging. Jelena is challenging this one.
Challenging it.
Excellent. I love the enthusiasm. Thank you. All right. So, Jelena, you're on a 91, which is a gold award range. You have 2 in silver award range and 2 just outside of silver award range. Tell the panel what it is about this that you like and why it deserves deserves a gold.
So it took me, I don't want to say so long to figure out all of these little nuggets that was happening in my brain, because it was like, okay, Lost and Gone Forever. My mind immediately went to bereavement, but then seeing the image, it was okay, like, where is baby? And then I realized, oh, okay, no, they're holding baby. And then I thought birthing person's hands were in his hair. And then realized her left hand was on his neck, his right hand is holding her hair, and then each of them have hands on baby. So it's one hand and one hand on baby. And then this whole like voyeuristic standpoint of being in the room with this parent during this journey of losing their baby, but still being far enough away to not document or to document it not necessarily invasively. There's all these little nuggets, like the whites aren't blown out, like there's details in the blacks, like the emotion, the just raw visceralness of the moment. And like she's still having her blood pressure taken. You can see her blood pressure on the monitor to the left that's perfectly in this little nugget window of, I don't even know what that is. But bring this up, please. That's my... Okay, I'm done.
Well, you'll have a right of reply at the very end, Jelena. So gather your thoughts. Lacey, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this one. You've put this in a 79.
Yeah. Again, for all of the reasons that Jelena mentioned, I have it in commended. I saw the moment. It took me a second to realize that this was a bereavement image. And I think without that title, we would not know that. And I think that the image, there needs to be a little something more. The image needs to be able to stand alone without the title, as well as having the title. And when you remove that element, there's no context that there has been a loss. And I actually didn't notice that. I thought that it was the mom's hand in the partner's hair as well. There's this voyeuristic, as Jelena described it, of peeking through this object, but I can't actually tell what the object is at all. I don't know what it's a part of, and I would at least like to know what is the context. Generally, if you're shooting behind a shoulder or a head, like you can tell that you're shooting through a head or you're shooting through, a wire or a bed frame, but I can't even tell what this is. And so it leaves me questioning, like I've spent just 30 seconds explaining, I don't even know what this is. Instead of going, oh, okay, I've put context what that is. Now I can focus on the rest of the image. I'm literally just staring at that one spot going, what is that? And I've missed the fact that there is this immense grief and terror that this family is going through, and what perceives to be a very beautifully calm, I don't want to say home birth, but yeah, there's a lot of things. I don't know if we even need that. We can crop that whole thing out. We don't need the blood pressure monitor on the left to know that her blood pressure is being monitored. It's on her finger. So I think that's enough context. And I actually wonder, do we even need that whole left side? And then you bring the title in and you're like, oh, I see it. But with all the other elements, I'm finding it difficult to come into that gold range. Technically, beautiful.
Thank you, Lacey. I'll go now to Carmen. I'd like your thoughts on this. You put this in a silver.
Yes. So I've been listening carefully to both Jelena and Lacey, and Jelena's got me convinced to bring it up. And then I listened to Lacey and I was like, well, yeah, okay, all the original reasons that I first thought. And to be honest, I didn't even see the blood pressure monitor off to the left there. I was kind of distracted by this thing in the foreground, which, to Lacey's point, I don't know what it is. It almost looks like it's two things, like maybe there was a plant at the top and then something else in the middle. I don't know. So that would have been nice to be able to see what it was, or if the person scooted over, one step to the right, then we wouldn't have even had to deal with that at all. I feel like it distracts from the image instead of adds to it. But you can see the blood pressure monitor perfectly captured in that little window, which is really cool. And then I also didn't even notice that each person is supporting the baby and supporting each other, and I find that really cool. So I am going to adjust my score just a bit. I didn't know that it was a bereavement photo until I read the title either. And then once you read that title, everything makes sense. But that's how I feel.
Great, thank you, Carmen. I might go straight back to you, Jelena, for right of reply.
Oh, okay. So this is, if we completely remove the title, I would still give it essentially the same score, whether it was a bereavement or a live birth, because of everything that we've talked about already. We tell entrants all the time to creatively and strategically title your image to make an impact on judges. And I feel like this is one of those perfect moments where they did exactly that. And they titled this image correctly to then tell us, hey, this is what's happening in this photo. I also feel, as a bereavement photographer, that while yes, we want to share baby stories and potentially, not necessarily give death a face, so to speak, but this family might have been, you can share this image and only this image, while still telling this baby's story. So I feel like that's all I'm gonna say, and just sit with it.
Thank you, Jelena. So Jelena is scored this a 91, so she's in the gold range. She's asking judges to reconsider and come up to gold. I will ask you all please to go back into your scores and adjust accordingly. Jelena, you stay where you are. And once you have done so, we will please drop into the next column. Thank you, judges. This image has scored an 85, silver distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. So I was just checking scores, the scoring ranges there. Congratulations to the photographer. Very good challenge. Great discussion. Thank you, judges. Okay, we will go to the next image, please. Just make sure I push that out. I did. Excellent. So we'll go to the next image, please, judges. This image is titled A Change of Plans. This image has not had any pixel manipulation, and the entrant is seeking some feedback. Thank you, judges. This image has scored a 73, strong professional practice. The entrant has asked for some feedback on this one, so I might go to who haven't we heard for a little while? Katie.
Hey, great shot. Like it's a really good capture of baby's head crowning. However, I do see a lot of haloing around the image, especially on the blue thing in the foreground. I'm not sure whether it's part of the bed or whether it's a bit of blanket or something, but I find it quite distracting, and it does have a bit of a halo around it. The white's also a bit blown out in the background, and yeah, that's sort of my feedback on this image. And yeah, I believe it would be a great shot to add into the gallery for your client, but I would watch some of those highlights and things in future with getting those shots, especially when the light's coming straight in from that source in the background.
Amazing. Thank you, Katie. Dana, have you got anything you want to add to that for the entrant?
Yeah, I feel like the saturation on the skin tone looks like, I don't know, like it almost looks gray to me. It doesn't quite have like a fleshy, alive sort of skin tone. That is probably like the thing that bothers me most. The baby's hair is like really tack sharp, which I love, but I feel like it's a little bit dark, and I lose. That's like the part that my eye is wanting to draw to, but there's not a ton of detail. I mean, if I look real close, I can find the detail, but it's a little dark. I feel like you could like lift the shadows a bit on that, and maybe you could see more detail in that area as well.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Unless anyone else has anything else they want to add, we will go on to the next image. Thank you, judges. We will go on to the next image, and after this one, we will take a short break. All right, this image is titled Surrender to the Power. The image has not had any pixel manipulation, and the entrant is looking for some feedback. Thank you, judges. This image has scored a 76, which is in professional practice range. Is everyone happy with that score? Yes. All right, we might move along. Okay, thank you, judges. All right, we might take a very short break, give our judges a chance.
That one needs feedback, correct?
Yeah, thanks, Jelena.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just about to make a comment.
Oh, yeah,
In
feedback.
regards to this image,
Sorry.
it's a great shot, and you can see. Sorry, I've just started feedbacking.
Go for it, Katie. All good.
I found this is a really great shot. Sorry. I did find the tones a little bit muddy. And in regards to some of the, like when you come like zoom in a little bit on the hands, it's quite heavy grain on the hand area there. But in regards to the lighting coming through onto the subject is actually quite pretty, but I just feel like some of the areas, I feel like the focal points sort of hitting on the towel in the foreground here or near the pillow. That's really my only comment in regards to this image.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Katie. And thank you for bringing that to my attention that we were looking for some feedback on this one. I'd love to hear from Dana too, please. What did you like about this one? What could the photographer do to improve?
Yeah, I mean, I love the storytelling of this. It's so visceral, really. You know, you kind of are drawn right into this moment and this the intensity of this experience. I love that the partner is in the back and you can see that they're doing hip squeezes, but it's not about them. It's really still about the birthing person. I do agree that the tones are something about the white balance isn't quite right for me, though I'm not entirely clear like what I would do differently there. I just feel like it's maybe could use more warmth and maybe a little more saturation or like vibrancy. It just feels I think like Katie said, a bit muddy in terms of the tones, and that focus is landing just not quite right on the face.
Fantastic. Lacey, yes, please.
Yeah, just to fix, I know there's been a lot of talk about like a muddiness or there's something wrong with the color. I think what it is there's no true white point in the whites. The highlights are a little bit different than the white point. And so when you're in Lightroom, the highlights are there. We've got some beautiful highlights on her shoulder, which is what we want. But the actual white point for the sheets, it's been reduced so much that it's muddying out that white. And I think that's what people are picking up on. So just a word for the photographer to bring that back into Lightroom and try and bring some tonal ranges back into that blanket. And then you might see a difference in that muddiness.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. And I think when we talk about muddiness, we are talking about, instead of it being white, it's more of a grey or a brown. Like it is effectively like it's dusted with a bit of dust or muddy mud. So I think that that's when we're talking about muddiness, because it's missing exactly that white point. Thank you, judges. We will take a short break and give our judges a chance to have a stretch, something to eat, and a bathroom break. We will be back with you very soon. Thank you.